one thing that I have not heard you mention, and we had to not forget this, okay? Our ancestors lost. Okay? The evidence of that is the position that we are in right now. I have ancestors. I love them. Okay?
What's going on, YouTubers?
I am my ancestors. There's no part of me is perpetual. I can't even point to any of y'all.
Had to shake some things to make that happen. But we got it now.
But I will say,
YouTube is clear. All right.
when I'm looking at this,
What's
and
that
I'm
trying to do?
analyzing it with a strategic eye, as well as I know that y'all are too, which makes me feel even greater because my eyes ain't the greatest. One thing that I notice is we always have to be totally honest with ourselves. We were defeated. We lost. Okay? And if it was a time that we were supreme and everything was in harmony, we haven't seen any evidence of that.
I have actually, and that's where I'm going to disagree, because at every turn, and I'm going to say why. I'm going to say why because I need us to hear this.
Okay.
Our ancestors were enslaved, and out of enslavement and during enslavement, they still became scholars, educators, and they still actually were developing, cultivating, and bringing up ecosystems. The other thing after slavery, emancipation, it was a must that everyone knew how to read. If you read the stories of Ida B. Wells when she was actually doing the research on slave lynchings, she talked about, there was a story, she talked about how out of slavery, the reason why people were being killed for reading is because they were reading. They were teaching each other to read and to make sure that there was a part of education that was important, and that people were developing businesses. Where we lost at, when I hear you say we lost, I hear you saying we lost when it came to protection, when it came to the ability to bear arms and actually shoot back outside of slave revolts. After those, when it came to us being into a civilized community where multiple communities, the Equal Justice Initiative documents 68 plus massacres that have occurred till to date, and that they were all on Black cities and towns that were cultivated by our people. And so when I hear you say we lost at protection. When it came to, again, science, mathematics, studies, building, architecture, and the likes, we were winning. And we owe it to our ancestors to make sure that we get back into a position today where we actually reinvigorate those things. And I think that's what the activist, when he was up here, he was alluding to. That's what Black Majority State is alluding to. Black American Homeland is alluding to. That's what you're alluding to. The part that I think I'm hurt when I hear you say we lost is the fact that you have a perception of what loss looks like that is different from mine. And hopefully there could be some meeting of the mind where we change that perception on, yes, there was some loss, but the loss was not in the incentive of us actually being knowledgeable, smart, and moving this world and our country at all.
I feel what you're saying, but when I say we lost, I say when I refer to we lost, I'm always referring to we lost at developing the system of justice, and not just developing it, but maintaining it. Okay? So I understand it's not an easy thing to hear. It's not an easy thing for me to say. Okay? So I definitely understand your sentiments. I do. I do, because I share them. You're right, I do share them. And what I add to is I always make myself remember that, yeah, we had a lot of accomplishment, but a loss is a loss. Whether we lost or failed to protect properly, or we failed to, what was that? How you use the term? How do you use the term, Rollo? You said to use to pull out weapons or use our guns. How did you do? Well, without the way you use that was perfect. I can't reiterate the way you said it, but it was perfect the way you said it. But yeah, you were absolutely right. We failed in those two aspects, and probably a few more if when we really chop it up all together. You know what I'm saying? But a loss is a loss. You know what I'm saying? On the football, and I hate to use football as an example because I don't even like the sport. I don't even let my children play it. But on the football field, when a quarterback throws an interception to lose the game, the team loses, not just the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Even if the running back had 5 touchdowns and he was successful, the team lost. So when you say to me, yeah, we did when we were supreme in mathematics and all of this, and we developed all of that. Yeah, we were winning. Okay, but when we didn't protect it, then what were we doing? We were losing. You know what I'm saying? See, there's no middle ground. You know what I mean? I'm not saying any of this to make us feel bad about anything or disparaging any of our ancestors. What we have to do from our ancestors and our elders is learn from their mistakes. So if your mother told you that when you was young, just like mine, and my father told me that before he was whipping my ass. Well, I'm telling you this so you don't have to go through what I went through. I'm like, God damn, nigga, just to tell me. You know what I'm saying? But he whipped my ass. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. I learned that. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. We got to learn from our ancestors' mistakes. And even if that means, hey, we can't slip on protecting our legacies and all that, but we can't slip on any front. Why? Because we've been fought on at every front, and we were born into this. We didn't start this fight. Shit, I wish we could have been born in some peaceful shit when everything was gravy. I think we all deserved that shit. But unfortunately, we got the fucked end because our ancestors got fucked. You know what I'm saying? And when we're pointing out the mistakes, we're not belittling our ancestors or anything. We're not trying to repeat that. So when our ancestors come back, we won't be in a fucked up position like they were when they left, even though they're not going to remember it. But that's all I'm saying. We are saying the same thing.
Giselle, you got it.
Yeah, I think as far as the peoplehood, like I said, honestly, at this point, you're going to get scrutinized for any type of work that you do at this point. One, I wanted to hear what it was about. They explained what they did. It seemed like it was good. I'm like, okay, good. So you did some work, and that was their contribution. Somebody else can take it or not take what they did, but they could probably expand on that. But one, I like the idea of just, I don't see anything wrong with everybody at this point going into the OMB, each person going in, saying what they go by, but saying, I don't think anybody should be able to be labeled as this, that, and the other. Ever. I really believe that based on what Dawn and them did with their research, I haven't had time to even, I've got other stuff that I'm working on. I haven't had time to really look into what they were doing, but I really feel like, and I'm sorry for the beeping y'all, but I really feel like they genuinely did something to try to find neutral ground. And until people have something to say, hey, I think before we can say, no, this isn't it, I think we got to have something to replace it with. I think we always count stuff out without a replacement, and we got to get out of the habit of doing that because they know how we are. We're perfectionists by nature. Call, your brother.
Hello. You're in the matrix. You're in the matrix, Jill.
Okay,
really?
Still in the
no, yeah. Sort of, kind of, like it keeps going in and out.
All right, try now. Am I good?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry. And I'm talking in my car, so if it start getting distorted, just let me know. But honestly, I felt like they did a good job with trying to, not even trying, for developing strategy, because we
that's your friend Morgan. And I've had it up to here.
And we haven't tried it yet.
You tell me what the hell is going on.
We can discount any in this arena.
Children are killed in the school, and this fool comes in talking about chocolate chip ice cream. What the hell is going on?
Forum,
I'm Dr. Jill Biden's husband. We all know that fool.
We're gonna have the dialogue. We're gonna have disagreements. I don't mind that, but I think when it starts getting disrespectful,
oh man,
and when people start casting
wow, this is digital blackface,
that's when it becomes problematic, because nobody wins from the family feud. So what I would suggest, like in this situation where we are, that all right, so they came up with this. What was the basis? All right, look at the research that they came up with, and see if it's some validity in it, and then if it is, maybe add to it. Like, hey, you found this, but guess what? I figured this part out. When you pulled this out, this is what I was able to expand on. And then create the dialogue there and further expand. That's how we win. We lose because we constantly start over and over again. I know we got the ability to do it, but we lose because we're constantly starting over again, either by choice or by force. And they know that. This is why they're forcing us to start over and over again while they're pouring all of these people into the country. Until our voices become nothing, we will become that tree in the middle of the woods that will fall and no one else hears. And we gotta stop, like at this point, all right, so that's the area they wanted to focus in, great. So now what? We can have a group debate over that. But like it's after that space that I did about January, I have a whole different perspective, or February. I have a whole different perspective on the OMB and like what people call themselves. I always say FBA. I love saying FBA. When I say FBA, I feel proud with it. I love saying Freedman. I always say FBA Freeman. That was my thing. But I know people that stick with Negro. I don't see anything wrong with that. We always call people Negroes. That's a part of us. I don't see anything wrong with people saying Black American. I'm not a fan of the African American part, but I like how a lot of people say they can't touch none of our shit. And that's how we have to get to. We gotta stop saying, oh, that's expendable. Because what we see as trash, they see as gold. We see that in the music genres. We see this in our neighborhoods. We see this in every damn thing that we do. So in order to win, we got to stop throwing shit out. And let's keep building on what we already have. And giving props to the foundation of what we already have. Everybody want to be the next best thing. And it's not about that. It's not about who wins, who's going to be the one to get the biggest name and all of that. No, it's about guarding all of our shit. And that's just the point. So I land.
Tell the kiddies we said, hey, give them our love. And I definitely agree. And I just wanted you guys to know, because I actually, Giselle, I was in a space and I had went to your page because I was looking for something, and I went and Black American Homeland. Twitter is unfriending people that I follow. I have not made it to 1,000 followers on this page. I'm not on my main page. This is my backup page. And so if you get an unfollow from me, that's normally not me. That's Twitter doing that, because however Twitter is rolling, that's what Twitter is doing. That's why I want to get off this app and I want to get into real life with us, so that we can make moves, because it seems like they're trying to, get us from being disconnected on this social media and even in real life. Remember, our ancestors didn't have a chance to deal with social media. They could only meet up when they could in real life, and they still went at them. But it took some time for them to do it because they had to follow them around. Now we wide open. So just letting y'all know, Right. And I agree with you.
No, you're right. And we really are winning. I don't think we ever had a point where we lost. I think they hate the fact that we win so much. They got us. They winning. They're the ones that had to create this stupid awards, this award thing where everybody wins. Just so that they can feel like they win.
Participation trophies.
So I really honestly, looking at our history and looking at what we've done, I think the loss comes when we inflict the harm on ourselves.
Yeah.
The loss never comes when they inflict it on us, minus the loss of life. But when they start doing something, we did what the Japanese did. I think they got that play from us. And when they would destroy something of ours, we would rebuild it. And it'll be even better. So they hated it. So they like, look, we're going to build their stuff now. It got to the point where they're like, you know what, they just going to rebuild it again. Now we got to stop letting them know how to build. And then we're going to build some bullshit for them ourselves and say that it's better. Force them to believe. And they know, a lot of times our people knew their shit wasn't better. But it was free. People was tired. Just like I feel like a lot of our people are tired right now. We have to be. We gotta. It's so much. I don't even want to drift off into another.
You're fine because we got another topic to talk about anyway. But I want Sean.
Hello.
And I want Sean and the activist to go.
Hello, family.
Hey, Sean.
Before I go into what I really want to go into, I think it might be you, really. And remember, I posted that post maybe a couple months back about us getting our Black American Heritage flag on a.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been kind of bogged down, so I haven't even got started on that. I think you might have said you'd be willing to take a look at it. So yeah, I think I'm behind on that. I don't want to miss the deadline. I kind of fell behind because I have so much stuff going on with my business and some personal shit that happened, so I fell behind on that. So you can put some eyes on it. Just take a look at the documentation.
You send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Just look at the documentation. If you see anything that might be an issue that I might be aware of before I start, just point it out. That's that. I appreciate it. Also about the people who Brother Muko.
Yes, sir.
I spoke to them in that room, and you can correct me, and I'm not saying I totally believe them, but with the peoplehood issue, I'm trying to understand and wrap my mind around it. They essentially told me that on the actual description of our ethnicity and all the documentation they're going to submit, the peoplehood wasn't actually a part of that. And I'm wondering, you probably have more insight, where did the peoplehood conversation come from, and why did we dwell on it for so long? For damn near a week back and forth if it wasn't part of the description. I didn't see it anywhere on there. That's why I was shocked. I wish I wouldn't have been so lazy and actually looked at the description. I'm like, wait a minute, peoplehood's not showing up nowhere. Why does people keep talking about peoplehood? What does it have to do with anything? It's like, are people just arguing just to be arguing? This is very crazy.
Yeah. So I think, Sean, that's the part where I came in, and Trouble actually did say that in the beginning of the space. And there was, while I guess a group got together and they actually were coming up with the concept, there was someone or a couple of people, I'm not sure if it was a couple of people or just one person, who decided that they were going to make this a eyesore of, look, you got these people trying to create another designation, and what I think it is you have and correct me if I'm wrong, Trouble, and you definitely can come up and speak because I'm not trying to speak for you, sis. But what I took it as is, when I looked at the information they posted a sample of what the OMB has us categorized. And then they posted their research of how they broke things down all the way down to even the lineage part of some of our ancestral makeup from sub-Saharan Africans, and broke down who the sub-Saharan people would be to make a distinction. And so then when you look at the paperwork that was reposted by whomever this person is, and I'm really trying my hardest not to say who it is because I know who it is now, that I believe that they were doing it to be to cause chaos amongst people who are on social media, because it has been the cancer of things to do. To point to what Giselle was saying earlier, you have people who have, I think, an agenda, and they want people to use one terminology, and they want people to focus on one thing. The problem with us, and I'm going to say this like I said it in the other space, was we come from a plethora of different classifications. We still are talking about the same people. The work that I believe Asan, Don, and whomever are also assisted in, I believe they had good intentions. After listening to what they were meant, peoplehood, as you mentioned, is not on the information that they would like to have submitted to the OMB. The peoplehood hashtag was just a collective term that they were trying to get everyone to maybe come up under so we can have a discussion, not an argument about a term that it has some historical reference that they were actually trying to let us know about, which Black mentioned earlier. And so Mona came up, and shout out to Mona. And I'm always going to say the name Mona, Black knows why, because at the end of the day, she said the biggest thing that I really loved is that people need to read. People need to read. They need to understand words, break them down, synonyms and antonyms, and figure out how to get to this point. But to Muko's point, to Brother Moo's point, if someone asks a question of not understanding, we have to be able to have the discussion like I just did with my brother, because at the end of the day, even if it does not make sense to me where he's coming from, I have a duty to get there, or for us to come to some sort of impasse, because we're not on this, we're not communicating, or we're not somewhere where we need to be together in the same wavelength, meaning he don't understand something, I understand it, so I can help him to the best of my ability till we hear it from the horse's mouth. And I believe that we have to get to a point where we hear it from the people's mouths and not automatically assume everybody that is in this fight has some ill will.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's why I want to talk to Brother Mook. I'm like, because I believe them at face value. They said it was never on the documentation. I'm like, maybe he caught that, or maybe somebody knows something different. Maybe I was lied to. I don't know those people. I was just trying to get the information. They're very nice and forthcoming with the information, but I'm like, did somebody catch them? Did they originally have documentation and then they took it on?
No, they didn't, and I think that's where again, that's why I said the person I believe who shared the information, I think when they came out and shared it, they shared it in an unintentional, a very harmful way, and that's why we have this discussion right now that has been a discussion for over a week, with people like pulling at heartstrings and trying to understand, because how it spread in a disingenuous way, and that's why in that space, you only heard a few people coming at Asan in such a distasteful way. And it wasn't people who were asking questions. It was from people who, or a person who decided to be a part of their group and then come back and make it seem like their group was being and doing this in a disingenuous way. And then when he came on stage, he tried to say, yeah, well, I think this one person, and yeah, I think Rella's right. We need to move. We definitely need to make sure that we're doing things in a intentional way, good intentions. If you heard that person say that,
can you inbox me that person, because I want to investigate.
No, because I don't want you. No, because I don't want you wasting time. I don't want you wasting. No. Listen to me.
I'm not gonna make a show of it. I just want to know who this person is, because it's very concerning to me that
Но не получилось. Listen, I know. But you know, sometimes you don't even need to. You don't need to beat and actually help the devil do the work that the devil wants to do. And I'm not in that business. I'm not. If we had a discussion, put it this way. If we had a discussion and they came in the room and they started to be on the stuff that they was on, you would know. But what I don't want to have happen in here, and the reason why, and I'm the queen of we need to start naming names. But in this instance, because they are still a part of the community and they are in the community, regardless of what they believe or not, it is not worth it. It is not worth your time. And it is not worth the work that we need to do to keep moving forward, because they're not the people who are trying to develop what they're developing right now. They're not going to be able to lay the foundation to get everybody in a good understanding of what they were doing if we're focusing on the unintentional thing that should have not happened, because they're not going to apologize for it, and they're not going to feel like they've done anything wrong. We're adults.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm very concerned that was allowed to go on for so long.
To what you said, Rella, because honestly, Ashan has never came off
ever. I've worked with a son. I've worked with a son. A son is the most beautiful person ever.
She hasn't ever. Like, we may not have the same ideologies on everything. I don't have that with anybody, to be honest. But to be honest, I really think that, like, I am a viber, 100%, empath on so many levels. And when she said, it made fucking sense. I was like, okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's all now, too, man. I was feeling there, like, they stressing this lady out.
How can we really take this off? Like,
it didn't, but remember, Giselle, it didn't really sink in until Sean made the comment about, hold on, the term peoplehood is not anywhere on the document. He said, am I missing something? And he asked Hassan direct questions. He said, okay, can I ask you a question, ma'am? And she answered him. And he goes, okay, well, that was it for me. And to me, I'm thinking, well, what else could there have been? And then when I realized, as someone was speaking to Hassan and the way they were speaking to her, it was off. And I kept trying to figure out, well, why is he talking to her crazy? Because they're not doing anything anybody else would have done if they created any type of or done any type of research. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't new. It was off. It was just in feel right. And so when Trouble came in and she addressed it earlier, and she said that someone decided to do something that was harmful. And I understood why. I was seeing or hearing what I was hearing when we were in that space. And so, and this is the part of when you get a lot of genuine people in one room, and we're not in rooms where you're hearing people having screaming matches and yelling and hollering and trying to tear people down. You start to realize that you do have people who maybe whatever is in their trauma, that they don't want to be in a position where they're not the ones who created this thing first. Or maybe, like you said, they want to be the it person at this moment in time.
Like, I feel like that's how we look. Because remember, this is not the first time we did this. I know, I think it's No Taxation. She always talks about how she came in during the black, when black was a popular word. And that was chosen. It was a chosen label. They saw it on birth certificates. They also said that was like a community thing. It was the caste that we were under any damn way. That's what it is. And it was so powerful that we took it and we made it into this marvelous thing, right? We had it in our music. We had it in our culture. We had stances for it, like we gesticulated in certain ways, representing that, right? We did all of that stuff, and we made black that. So then it's like we were told that Negro wasn't what it should be. They demonized it because they know how we think. These motherfuckers study us 24/7. They wake up like, what the niggas doing today? They go to sleep like, I wonder what they get ready to do later. They wake up in the middle of the night after they dream about us like, I wonder how real that dream is that I had. Let me counteract that. And people think that that's just like a joke. Like these is people online. I was in a clubhouse space.
Wait. Before you do that, go there. Yeah. Sean, I'm sorry, Sean. I know you weren't done. Can you go ahead and finish for us when you land your plane? Because I do apologize. Me and Giselle are just alike. We will run down the street. Yeah. Okay.
Hell yeah, run down with your motherfucking speed. That's right.
He's right. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to I'm on a fact finding mission. And I felt bad for the
I can't even
lady.
Hear
it seemed like everybody's stressing her out. I felt like she was genuine.
We can hear him. You can't hear him?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sean, can you hear Giselle?
Yeah, I heard her.
Okay, Giselle, you have to drop down and come back. You're in the Matrix.
I'm gonna go ahead and land.
No. She was saying she couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I thought it was strange that there's such a big to do about the peoplehood word. And I was being lazy when I finally got around to reading the documentation. I'm like, wait, where's that word at? Why is this an issue? And I'm like, oh man, we gotta do better as a people. We need to make a move, and it's taking that long over one word that's not even on the documentation. I'm like, it's not even a mountain or a molehill. It's like something else. And it's like, it seemed like it was deliberate, and it kind of frustrated me. And then I felt bad for the lady, because it seemed like she was being kind and patient and genuine, and people were just stressing her the hell out. So, but I got to take all sides of the information, because, somebody might have caught something that I didn't see. So I'm like, I'm going to listen to all the facts or all the information and have an unbiased opinion about the situation, because I don't give a fuck what they call us. They going to do what they got to do until, like majority says, until we take power and have authority. It really don't matter in my opinion. We're gonna get 4-finger F'd anyway until we all do that necessary step of having political authority. And I'm like,
thank you. The activist.
Hi, family. Thank you for letting me talk again. This has been fantastic.
Thank you for your patience. Sorry.
No worries. I come from a big family. I got 4 younger sisters, so I probably didn't even talk till I was 10. I don't think nobody listened till I was about 15, so it's all good.
That is not funny. I'm gonna call my brothers and be like, I'm sorry.
So I kind of want to take an overview of a few things. Essentially, I want to say that 2 things can be very true, especially in our experience at the same time. These wins and losses, I'll sum it up and say this. I'm on a space right now where I'm talking to about 45 foundational Black Americans who understand who we are generally and what we have to do. I'm alive, so that's a win. Okay. Secondly, let me just say I am a historian, but I want everyone to focus on this. From 1865 to 1940, our people went from essentially a 0%, theoretically a 0% literacy rate, because up until that point it was illegal to teach us how to read, to 73% by 1940. That is something that no other group in the history of print since the Gutenberg Press came out can say. We accomplished more in that 75-year time, than as far as reading and accomplishing as a group than any other group. So that's a win. All the different inventions that we have, it just goes on and on and on and on. If necessity is the mother of invention, necessity is a Black woman, and she gave birth to everybody in this room that can do something great, or is related to somebody great, and just surviving and thriving and doing that. So, thirdly, I want to share this, and this is a personal story, but I think we all need to understand this. When you do your own personal history, and that's why we're in a fight for the collective memory of what America was, is, and what it will be. So it's beyond that, not just the facts of it, but this. My great-grandfather was born in 1888, okay? His wife, his fiance, is 2 years younger than him.
So when they got engaged, he was 22, she was 20, and he said, listen, I can't buy you a ring, but if you walk down yonder here in Alabama for about a mile, I want to show you what me, my two brothers, and your younger brother did. He built a house for her, for the family. I have been able to follow him, through the census, but I was told the story by this. It presented that way. That house stood in Bessemer, Alabama till 1908. Till 2008. 2008. It was made in 1910. 5-bedroom house in Bessemer, Alabama. We all have this, folks. This is not only in our DNA. And if you allow me to just say this,
turn off my phone.
Everything that they've thrown at us, we
trying to turn off my phone. Sorry.
So
go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's all good. Everything that they've thrown at us, we've either had a counter, that we've had to come up with collectively, or the divine has things. And I want to end on another historical. So, that they gave our ancestors all the pig slop and we ate from troughs. But everybody got on us because what? We like watermelon. If you look at the seed of a watermelon, it is the essence of melanin. It is the reason why watermelons are the highest antioxidant fruit that's out there. And that's why seedless watermelons can't produce what we can produce and what that watermelon produces, which is a cleansing agent. We have to be a cleansing agent for ourselves, for our people, filled with love. At the same time, we got to come with the sword, right? And knock motherfuckers out that ain't on the mission. And I mean that metaphorically, so everybody don't trip out. But we have to be a sword and a shield. And if we get into education and we realize that we're not only just going to have to raise educated people, but builders and everybody, just like Israel does this day, every child from, say, born in 2020 to 23 on, that's FBA, has to go through some type of military training. Self-defense, learning about weapons, learning how to, the military is your mind. So if you see a crackhead on the street or you see a wino on the street, teach that motherfucker how to do a Molotov cocktail. Excuse me for cursing, but this is real. Everybody has to be used. We are 50 million strong, but it really only takes a relatively small percentage of us, and those are the people on the line now, to get the line moving. Whether you got a channel, you got a business, you just echoing the message, but all these things are very important. So there is no hierarchy, there is no leader other than the logic, right? The logic is the leader, and we're going to use our logic, use our frame. We've done this before, and the sister said something very important about a half hour ago, whatever. This essence to keep starting over, that has to stop. That has to stop. Could be why? Simply because we do not have time. I'm a chess player. The analogy is this: we're still in the early part of the game, but we have to make our stand on reparations, lineage based. Everybody here should be able to kick the reparations talk to anybody, black, white, young, old, it don't matter. And we have to stay on that, because if we don't get the money, then the other things aren't real, whether it be the land or coming up with a program to pull our kids out of school. We're in a world that's based on money, and we can look at the mistakes of other groups that went socialist, communist. No, we got to fight these white supremacists right in their pocket. The only thing they understand is money. Like I said before, they sexualize, monetize, and weaponize everything. Our bodies have become, we have to take that back. That's our greatest weapon. That's why they're coming after you with that. And I'll end with this. When you're a rich person, you got billions of dollars. So the one thing you can't buy your health. Unless you can cause a Negro to die, or a freedman, or a foundational Black American. Get them damn lungs and all those organs. That's life. That's the essence. All right? Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. Hey, so, Twitter got the blue check. Someone mentioned earlier that $84 is for the year, right? So it's $7 a month. I'm just now seeing posts that are saying Instagram is charging $14 or $14.99 a month. The tweet that I see says they sold 44 million blue checks in one day, $660 million. For Instagram blue checks, which sounds utterly insane.
The bad part about it is we are making these motherfuckers rich instead of making ourselves rich. And we can give $14 a month to social, $84 a year to social, or any other Black curating platform. But we choosing to give it to these people who lobby against us. Go figure.
Words in their newest transsexual move to use the reparations language family to get all the same benefits. If you read that stuff, our brother Torian Rain broke that down in when his one of his last broadcasts, and I've been reading up on it. They basically been coming in these rooms, listening to what we've been saying, put it on that, and Biden gave them those whatever they are a day and proclaimed all that. So I'm all about getting another platform. Thanks, I had to say that.
Make sure you come on to the social activist.
Yeah. Join us on social for sure. Brother Moko and then Mr. Zell.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it short. Definitely everybody in the room, log on to that reparations2023.com, reparations2023.com. Definitely sign up. Come down, be active, and come down and learn some things. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a real serious event. We're doing a lot of exclusive planning and getting things and check Miss Team. No Taxation. Miss No Taxation is definitely doing her due diligence, as well as a few others, a lot of others, and so I just want to encourage everybody to go to reparations2023.com and just be part of it this year. It's going to be held down in DC at the Sylvan, and it's going to be Juneteenth weekend. Yeah, so everybody, just log on to that website. And I just wanted to say that activists, yes, I definitely agree with everything you said. I want to shout out, a few people in the room also. Matt Friedman, definitely. I ain't talked to you in a minute. What's up, G? The monkey, we got the monkey in here. Definitely 3 minutes Black empowerment. That's definitely a brother of mine. Definitely for sure. Definitely official. Shout out to everybody in the room. Definitely Sean. I followed you back, bro. So yeah, I definitely implore to ask questions, and it's just funny, Rella. I just wanted to say a point. One of the things that I initiated in my code is if someone can explain something to me and make it make sense in like a matter of 5 to 15 minutes, then something has to be done in order to make it simple to everybody. With a solution, one person shouldn't get it, and the rest have to, kind of be, or, it should be, when you're thinking of solution-based, we should be in the mindset of, it should be as simple as 1, 2, 3. Like 1 + 1 is 2. Not 1 + 1 is 4, and you trying to figure it out. Like, hold on, how is that 4? Can you make that simple for me? So, again, I don't want to make this a people space or nothing like that, because that's not what this was about. But it was just definitely, it's always about justice. It's always about getting to a place of justice. And I think that's what everybody's aim is in this space. And I appreciate that.
I do too. And I wouldn't mind it. Shout out to the peoplehood or the people outhood, or however they decide to end up actually coming up with the hashtag. I like either way. I actually like both of them, but either way. I think we got Bar Lord.
DJ in the
building. Mic check 1 2 1 2. How you doing?
DJ.
No, this is not DJ.
You play too much. You play too much.
Reparation2023.com. Yeah, I signed up. Cut the check.
I'm going to be putting out a survey probably through Eventbrite. Maybe not a survey, but something to see for people who are coming down for reparations for the weekend. Gene, I haven't had a chance to talk to you, but I do have someone that possibly could do like a get on the bus type situation for the area. So since I actually do some tours, historical tours up my way, I was hoping that maybe you guys would be interested in doing a historical tour
very
the day before for those of you who want to be getting in hotels or who are close by. If that's something you guys would like to do, I can propose it to Gene once I get all the schematics and stuff together, but I definitely need a head count. So just throwing it out there ahead of time so that people don't be like, I ain't hear about it, I ain't know about it. Okay.
I'm trying to get Sister FBA Empress to actually come up on that. She actually does that for a living. Tours down there in DC. She lives down there. She she'd be trying to get people to come up and do the tour, her tour. So, I'm trying to get her to the reparations thing, but I don't know if it's clicking in her head or not or whatever. Maybe I got it.
Well, she can still, provide her proposal. I'm just going to put my information and stuff together and present it to Gene. So,
all right, for sure. Hey, everybody, all in.
Yeah. That's it, man. DJ, you're right. Cause I remember after the last rally, they I guess wherever she works, they had a meet up after that at her establishment. So yeah, that she would be good. She would be good because I know people are saying they're gonna come in and try to make it a weekend. So people that are in the DC area, definitely, if you can help the folks that are going to be, pouring into the city to figure out what they can do and where they can hang out, definitely create a group now, a community or something, either here or social or wherever you feel comfortable, and try to arrange some get-togethers. Let's get Miss Taxation up here. Okay, Miss Giselle, and then if Miss Taxation wants to go after that, you got it.
You can do. All I wanted to say was that with all we do, because saying peoplehood is just like saying we the people, and it's not saying the definite like saying the name of each one of the people, the persons. It's just saying we the people, it's in a different way. So I once again, I think we have to give people grace who are actually, who even care enough to do the research to try to get something established. At least let's have a respect line there. If people genuinely have something that they do, we can research what they have, especially if they want to bring it to you and they give you something for you to research. Let's just look into it and then say, you can talk about real stuff, but don't just immediately. And I get why we got guards up, but don't just immediately shut people down. I just felt like when I first heard it, I'm like, what is people? I'm like, not another thing. And then that's when they actually explained what that was about. And that was huge for me to hear. I was like, I love it. I love the fact that you combined, like everybody can be whoever the hell they want to be, just like everybody else. But one thing for sure, that ain't going to change, because what's going to happen is at the OMB, it's going to be that one name that they designate, whatever they determine at the end of the day, and we all going to have to go into that shit anyway. So at least if we're going to try to do something, these collective minds, we differ for a reason. We got many tongues for a different reason. Even here in the country, we talk different for a reason. So as long as that lineage lines up, I think that it shouldn't be anything against that. And I'm going to land with that.
And you know what, Giselle, you're right. G, because and this is where I actually have to pull a move. comment to say, if we were really more codified and really serious about the being on code, we would have said, you know what, we're going to go into the OMB and we're going to fight for all our names. And we want it all listed in categories under what we want to choose and designate. It's going to mean all the same people, and we all can pull from it because it's a lineage situation. See, but we not there. It's like, I don't know what else we need to do. If we don't want to lose this war and this battle, we got until the 12th. And that's my call to action. Because if you're serious about seriousness, everything under the term lineage in regards to us, whereas American freedmen, Negro itself, mulatto, everything that has to classify us in our historical records here in the United States, those are ours. They belong to us. I don't care if it was a name given to you at the time. Our ancestors, it was given to them because they were talking about those people who birthed us. So,
facts. Let me shout out Miss Giselle, because I saw her holding spaces, trying to do the peacemaker thing and pull the different groups together prior to this thing coming out. But I also want to say this, because I do support the effort to pull people together. It goes down in the DMs. It goes down in back channels. It goes down offline. And so what ends up happening is, when these groups come together, there are people that are in the space that were a part of it or have some connection to it, and you don't know who they are. So the grace thing is very, very important, because, and I've learned this from just hopping into a different space here and there, and then you see different people kind of intermingling, and then you start to understand, while everybody has factions, there are people that are still reaching out to others within these factions. So yeah, shout out to the people /hood, because I think that's originally what their whole thing was, 2 separate themes coming together as one, and really about all of us and all of our terminology and all of our designations being one people. So shout out.
The Matrix again.
Okay, Miss Taxation, you got it.
Hello, everybody, and Black, if you can hear.
I'm gonna try to hear you as soon as they let me live up in there. As they let me live.
And then I want to talk about the Black struggle. The struggle is perpetual. Is that we need volunteers. Men and women. Women, you will not be lifting anything, okay? But we need some manpower, and we need some women to help us do light work.
Awesome.
With people and those kinds of things. I'm going to tell you all right now, everybody in this room, if you plan on coming to the rally, you need to get there early. That's the reason I haven't put up any ads. We're going to have a serious overflow. It's going to be something that we need. It's going to be something we want. We want you to bring your children. We want you to bring your older people. If you're going to have a mini vacation in DC, especially if you've never been there before and plan on going to the African American History Museum, you're going to have to get your tickets online now, because they're always booked and busy. People usually get their tickets sometimes 6 months to a year out. Otherwise, you're going to stand in line. So that's just a heads up. The tickets are free, but you have to have something to say that you reserved the space to be able to go in. And you're going to stand in line, even if you get a ticket, you're going to stand in line a good 30, 45 minutes. So, it's going to be the holiday season. It's vacation time for people. So, and they're going to have a crowd. The museum is not something that you can go through in one day, so don't worry about it. If you can go 2 days, I suggest you do so. And really, the idea of showing sites in the city is an important one, especially if you take them to Capitol Hill and show the buildings that the ancestors built and explain to them how Benjamin Banneker mapped it out. I think that's historically important. I think it's important that we see those buildings that the ancestors built. Those are taxpayer buildings. Those people that are sitting in those offices are paid with taxpayer money. And we have to remember that we have every right to be there as much as anybody else. And that's why I chose the Sylvan Theater. They have not had anything Black like this at the Sylvan Theater. And you got to understand, it's a lot of high-level people involved in this. I'm not talking about political people. I'm talking about people that are going to help us with the fencing, people that are going to help us with the security. This is a big, big deal. And when I started planning this, I said, well, if I get 500, 1,000 people, I feel like I'm blessed. The place holds 10,000 people. And we're going to have a serious overflow. And we need volunteers for everything during the rally. The rally is from 12 to 6. And we're going to start at noon. And if you get there early, you're going to see something special in the beginning. I don't want to give it up. I don't want to tell nobody what it is, but you don't want to miss the beginning. Don't give it up. Don't give it up. You know I ain't going to give it up. You don't want to miss the beginning, and you don't want to miss the end. Okay? And so I'm going to leave it at that. Now, the Black struggle is perpetual. If you look on the website, and I don't toot my own horn, I've been incognito and anonymous on Twitter for 11 years, but I came out specifically for the rally. And this is for the people who don't get to hear from me, because I see a lot of new faces here. I came out specifically for the rally because it's like my swan song. I have more years behind me than I have ahead. I may have 20 more good years on this earth, the Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. And so I want to pass the baton in any way I can and show those people on Capitol Hill. Don't listen to me. Listen to them. And you all are the them. This is a Black grassroots event. That's what this is. And so let's not forget, this is for all of us, not some of us. And it's a lineage-based rally, and the focus and the purpose is specifically cut the check. Immediate economic repair. They can do that. If they can't do nothing else, they can hem and haw on everything else. But one thing we all know in this country is that they print money every day and they give it out every day. The problem is we're not getting what we're owed. And all the Black people in this country, talking about us now, we are owed a piece of this economic pie because we pay into it. And that's been my battle. So if you look on the website, this goes back to the Black struggle is perpetual. You will see me, the littlest thing, standing in line at the age of 3. And I was at a demonstration because, I was born in segregation. And my parents put me in the demonstration at the age of 3 years old. And I've been in it all these years. I never stopped. It is perpetual. It's lifetime work. And it's hard. And if you get into it, you're going to have to know people. You're going to have to know how to have relationships. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to know how to fight white supremacy. You have to know how white supremacy moves. And it takes some dedication. And if you're not willing to be dedicated to the struggle, do what you can at the school. All of it counts. Go to the school board meetings, especially now, because they're putting handcuffs on our babies at 4 and 5 years old. They ain't even in first grade now. Put a handcuff on them. And they carry them around. They carry those zip tie things around just for those kids. And you all got to start paying attention to what's happening, because they never wanted us here after enslavement. They never wanted us here. And their entire goal with us has been to eliminate us. And they're almost there. And y'all got to stop it. You all have to stop it, because people my age are too old to get out there and fight in the way that it needs to be fought. And I'm talking about not just in the streets. I'm talking about in those offices and everywhere you go. Corporate, the licenses. Brother McCoop was talking about the licenses and what they're doing. They're giving the immigrants licenses for plumbing, for HVAC, and all those kinds of things that historically we have had. And that's a civil rights issue, and we got to get on stuff like that. There's always work for somebody to do. And it is a struggle, and it is perpetual. And I encourage everybody to do what they can when they can. Take breaks and take care of your family. And I hope to see everybody at the rally. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you. Rella, and one more thing. Rella, I'm waiting on you to call me. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw your message in my background, so I'll call you tomorrow.
And sister, no taxation. I don't know if you caught me in the back channels, but check your DM.
Will do. And I will say this. We have some people out here, see, all of us that's attached to this rally, we're moving in silence. We're talking about the rally, but we ain't told y'all what's going to happen. We'll break it next month, because you all have got to get ready. This thing is huge. It's way bigger than I ever planned, ever thought, ever hoped. But I had a vision. And that vision is coming into fruition in ways I never expected. And we have to know that this is divine right here, because that's who we are as a people. We don't go out into schools and shoot our children and stuff. Our kids don't do that kind of stuff. We're not hunting people down in the streets and all that kind of stuff. That's them. See? And we've got to understand who we are and stand in who we are and what we've always been. And that is on the side of right, truth, justice, and we are the moral compass of this country, and let's not forget it. And you all keep listening to each other and hash it out, and I don't have a dog in the fight on what we call ourselves, because I think every generation has to seek their own way to freedom. And I just want to pass the baton and make sure that you all's voices are heard on Capitol Hill. That's the only way you're going to get anything done, is if you go to the Hill, as far as money is concerned. And once we get past that, we'll iron the rest of it on out. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I got someone on YouTube who is telling me that the Cherokee Nation is coming to California to pass out Freedmen tribal picture IDs in the state of California. They mentioned Sacramento. So for anybody out there that has any type of connection to Cherokee, I do believe my family does have some connection to the Cherokee in North Carolina. But I haven't gotten to that point yet. But that's something, you know, everybody says their great-great-grandmother says, oh, we were natives and we had this connection. And that's the story that has been told in my family. So if anybody's in California and you are looking for that, definitely, keep your eyes out for it. Miss Giselle.
Wow, that's interesting, because we know it's a running fact that they always blocked us out of those things, out of those groups. I think we should create our own nation, because they have issues like those, like a lot of the tribal, a lot of the recognized tribes. They have issues with the corporations internally. It's a beef between the corporations and the actual tribes, because the corporations get most of the money. That's why a lot of the reservations look the way they do. But that's neither here nor there for us anyway. I think when we start recognizing and getting our recognition for the tribes that our families belong with, I think we should create a whole new slate, because we don't want any resources poured into people who voluntarily blocked us out of what was due to our people who were already here. That's a disrespect. We'll take our history and we're going to expand. I think that we should expand on that, but that's good to know. Now, as for
wait, can we get some black? Is it the Black Cherokee Nations that are coming to California, or is it the actual Cherokee Nation? The actual, because I know the Black Cherokee Nation and some other tribal nations actually have been already meeting about reparations with the freedmen, the freedmen in regards to the Indian freedmen. They had been doing that for a little over a year.
No, this is the actual Cherokee Nation. I had posted a couple of weeks ago when they were in Georgia. So ultimately what happened was, and I can't think of her name, man. Her name's on the tip of my tongue. But the woman who founded the 5 Descendant Tribes organization, man, I forget her name. I think it's Martha, but I'd have to look it up to be sure. At any rate, she was out in front fighting against the Cherokee Nation to get back the citizenship, the full right to citizenship within a nation for the Black freedmen of the Cherokee Nation. So they ultimately won those cases, and the Cherokee Nation finally conceded and started giving Black American freedmen of the Cherokee Nation full citizenship within the Cherokee Nation. So a few months back, they started going to populations where there are the descendants to give them their picture IDs. And like I said, I recently posted them down in Georgia. They had like a big picnic or something like that. And then they were passing out IDs, for the descendants who are now full Cherokee citizens. So according to this gentleman, he lives in Oklahoma, and he said they're headed out to California to essentially do the same thing. She's saying that there was a Cherokee representative at the Sacramento task force meeting. So he's confirming that as well. But yeah, so and the president of the Cherokee Nation looks like, in my opinion, looks kind of like an Asian dude, but he's, if you find the Cherokee Nation's Twitter page and you go back, a couple of months, you'll see them going around. There's a Black woman who is, I don't know if she's their PR person. She has some position. And a matter of fact, I think she's responsible for the Freedmen Cherokee Museum, and she's got some other responsibilities. But you see them going around and passing out these IDs and I'm sorry.
Oh, no taxation. Your mic is hot.
Okay.
But hey, Black. So I just had a quick question with that. So they're passing out these cards.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the verge of actually getting resources. Okay? Which means, hey, these people were enslaved also. Hey, can you pass some of those resources over here? We have all of these Black people here. This is what we need. I don't trust nobody outside of us.
No. Let me say this. No, because the timing is probably, and I'm not a coincidence, but I'm believing coincidence, but they have been there's 5 quote unquote uncivilized tribes, and the Cherokee Nation is the one that capitulated first. And once they went through the court process, they simply said, okay, we recognize. They actually changed their constitution to recognize the full citizenship of their descendants, their freedmen descendants.
Okay.
And so the other 4 are still kind of going through the process. If you know the attorney who's dealing with the 3 surviving members of Tulsa, I think his name is Damien or Dalaman or something like that. But at any rate, he is a Muskogee Creek Indian descendant of the freedmen. And so he's actually in court fighting to get their people full citizenship in that tribe as well. It opens them up to resources from the tribe because they do get federal funds, and then they do have other resources that they have, but they're that's a separate situation. And whatever happens federally, and maybe even if the state of Oklahoma comes up with some package, that'll be something that has nothing to do with the tribes at all. It is because they are full American citizens as well. But yeah, so it's not like these tribes will intercede, and that's why we need to be really saying direct cash payments and not programs. We need to be really focused on the cash, and not programs. And
yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Because of the program, I can see them programming that out. Like, I can see that now. And it's happening in so many states.
They can't do it under the United States legislation the way they came in, because remember, they were under treaties.
Yeah.
So it was a little different than us, than how legislation was actually brought about for us.
Okay. Now, and if it's good, I'm good. I didn't do any research on it, so I don't know. That's why I was asking questions. I know just how I feel. Like, as soon as I hear that, like, even when I started seeing them open the door with us having, the more and more we have our reparations conversation, the more and more they open the door. I'm always suspicious of that, only for those purposes, because I know people try to figure out what can we get out of this. But I like the fact that if this is genuine, our people damn sure should have their recognition, because we are tied. It's so many of us that's tied to this land. I have relatives who were already here. Like, and I have people who was shipped here. And the fact that they try to separate all of that, or like try to take that away, I think we should, again, with like we're doing with everything else, take it all back. Take everything back. But I know you wanted to say the rest of that stuff, Black Majority, but the only thing that I wanted to add to this was what Neil Taxation was talking about, and that is her volunteers. Like, and this is an everybody thing. This whole march is for the people. Now, it's important to see men. If you are really standing strong and standing tall for reparations, one thing that's important about this march this year is that we're in that federal, like, presidential election season. We need things on. We need promises on the record. We need them promises to pay, because what we've seen so many times is that we'll get vibes like saying, "Hey, look, they talk to them once you vote them in. They played us with that, so they can't get us with that anymore." We want stuff on the record. And this is why this year is so vital, that whatever you're doing in your state, that you demand an office specifically for us, whether you call it Black Americans, Freedmen Affairs, whatever name for that office that you feel is appropriate for your state. You can help to create that. You go and find, you create the, and you can actually do a bill. Here in the state of Maryland, we just finished writing our first bill. Now we're getting to the people. If you're here in the state of Maryland, holla at me, because the goal now is to get to not only just the people, because the next thing we'll get ready to get together in the next week is a petition, because we want to put an emergency petition for them to reopen the cancellation of, they literally canceled all of our threw all of our bills out, and they gave everybody else everything. Why is it that we're the only people that's not recognized? So we are going to the people. We want to go to the state office buildings. We want to talk to the mayors. But the biggest thing is when you have those voters and you're like, look, we got 10,000 people in this petition from this area, that area, this area, and that area. They all live in your districts. What you going to do? Because you're not going to have a seat next season. We got to go that hard with these elected officials. Because that is how you show them power politically. Because that's what they're going to expect. They don't expect us to really stand like that. They got us looking and chasing little crumbs. As soon as they literally held a reparations conversation at the Indianapolis. I do believe it was held in Indianapolis. I got to ask my brother that went out to the event. But they held a conversation about a bill that was already thrown the freak out. And they played us because that same time that our people was fighting for that, like going to that event, to that farce, they were passing bills for, it was a trans bill that was passed, 2 other bills that was passed at the same time. All we got was a conversation. So it's time for everybody in every state that you are in, stand the hell up. Stand up. And it's gotta be men. We gotta have our men there. I don't do nothing without our black men here. I'm like, God, at least I'll be in the background. I'll cook the recipe. If that's what you need me to do. But when they see y'all on the front line, that's a huge thing. But the women too. And then we have to show that our children are involved. Otherwise, we get ignored. So all I'm saying is this year is the year of the states. Next year, we're going all the way federal. And we can only make that happen if we do this stuff collectively. We can only make that happen if we do this together. And regardless of what label we go under, we're going to be stuck with whatever they choose. So why not right now take a stand and say, hey, you can't have none of our shit. We can call ourselves what we want, like we always have, but you can't. You don't have to control this time. And I'll land with that.
Absolutely. I know somebody want to jump in.
Can I jump in, Rella?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Jump on in there.
Ms. Giselle brought up a very important point. Timing is everything in politics.
Timing.
I chose Juneteenth 2023, Juneteenth 2022. So I've been working on this for a year because part of what I do for a living and retiring from is forecasting politically. I knew what was going to happen. We're going to get to a place where they're going to come out and say, oh, yeah, we're going to do this and do that and appease black folks and give them the impression that they'll do something for them. And lo and behold, either today or yesterday, look on CNN and you'll see Biden said, well, maybe we do need to look at it and think about it and see what we can do. That's not enough for us. The word reparations is on every politician's tongue in the country. And you all can push them over the edge or we can push the envelope. But either way, we have to push. And if they go over the edge, for me, and this is just me, because I've been in this game a long time, I'm not participating in it anymore. Because, see, my vote has always been for sale, just like them white folks. You got to do something for me to get my vote. Why am I just voting for you? But I ain't never been on the Democratic plantation either, see, or the Republican plantation. It's time for black folks to think wisely now, because whatever we do in 2023 is going to be what happens to us for the next 50 years. That's why I chose this date, because we got to break the 50-year loop and we got to let them folks on the hill know we mean business. That's what we mean.
Absolutely.
And we're talking business. I don't know if you all have been keeping up with the resources and everything in the government and all that kind of stuff that's been earmarked for us. We don't have any of it anymore. Not one. Not one. Everything we fought for in the 60s, 70s, and 80s economically is gone. Everything. Every single solitary thing.
That's the truth. I mean.
And we need to not just put that back, but now we need more. You need to divvy up some of that money you all are issuing out up there. Because what I'm not going to do, I don't know what y'all going to do, but what I'm not going to do is play any more games. I'm not doing it. And Miss Giselle was absolutely correct. We are at a very critical moment in history. And so let's swing it our way, because we may never get here again. And not from where I'm looking. And I didn't think we would even be here if you want to know the truth about it. And I just want you all to know the struggle is real. We cannot rest. And we have to make sure that we start thinking as a collective. The reason them Asians get their stuff done is because they have 21 lobbying organizations. One called Korean, one called Vietnamese, one called this, and one called that. And they go under one umbrella. And they don't agree. But when they go get their money and resources from the government, they agree that the government owes them. How about that? So that's something we all can agree on. And we need to keep that in mind going forward. I'm glad to see there's no more bickering like it used to be. 6 months ago, it was horrible. But everybody is doing better, and I so appreciate that, because you don't wallow in the mud with pigs, because the pigs win. That's what they do for a living. So get out the mud and get out the way with them pigs and everybody who's out there wallowing in the mud with them. Stay away from all that. Because it's not productive. It's not going to get you anywhere. And in fact, you will get drowned in the mud. And I know that for a fact. I ain't never been there, but I've seen it happen too many times.
Amen to
and
that.
I'm going to leave it at, last thing I want to say is go to the website. If you want to volunteer, fill out that form. And Trouble is in charge of the volunteers. And she will contact you when she contacts you, and we'll get to you. Don't think we won't, because we need volunteers. We're gonna vet you. Don't think we're not, because if you can get past me and get past Trouble, you good. So don't come with no foolishness, because we're not doing that.
When is my vetting ceremony?
You was vetted last year. You good. And I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go with that. But we need you all, and especially Miss Giselle made another valid point. We need the men. I'm gonna tell you why. The fight in this country has always been and always will be the white man versus the black man. Everybody else is a casualty of war. Here, their biggest fear is the black. Their biggest fear is the black man. So we need that. We need them out there, not just for volunteering, but we need you all to show up and participate in the festive protest, because we're going to have a good time, but we're going to protest too. And we're not marching anywhere. So if everybody think they, go march somewhere, y'all go ahead and march if you want to march. I ain't stopping nobody from marching. But we're not doing no marching. That's not what this is for. So, and I'm going to leave it there.
Absolutely. So let me mention the woman's name, Marilyn Van. Marilyn Van, president of Descendants of the Freedmen of the Five Civilized Tribes. That's the woman who really started this this movement for all of the native tribal freedmen in Oklahoma specifically to fight to regain their citizenship within those tribes. So, anything that actually comes, I mean, she kind of is the founder of that movement. And that really shows that it only takes one person with will and determination, who doesn't give up, who keeps fighting, and then teaches other people how to fight. And ultimately it becomes a thing that you can manifest. So shout out to her. I think she has a position within the Cherokee Nation. She's I'm not sure what the position is, but I know she has a dedicated position. So I think it's Miss Giselle and then Brother Moko.
Yeah,
Oh, you're in the Matrix.
Every time we get into these issues, we gotta keep our eyes on that zero wealth factor. A lot of people look at their paychecks and they're like, "Well, I'm good." That's not wealth. Your paycheck, that ain't wealth. Wealth comes in other ways. We're talking about like not just liquid, but other assets. Like our people, like just the idea of facing zero wealth. We already have the lowest pay. We're the lowest paid amongst the black races out here. The lowest. But when we talk zero wealth, that is the hardest thing that is going to take for us to get out of. And we are going to be the generation responsible for whether we win or whether we lose. Dr. Boyce Watkins did some research a few years back when the articles came out back in 2017. And he was like, based on my calculations, and this would come with 100% consistency, it would take over 200 and some years just for us to see zero. We'll be below zero. Well, at that point, we'll be fighting to get above zero wealth. 200 and some years. So do we want to pass that bullshit to our kids? You know, that's why like certain conversations, I don't even care. Like somebody can cuss me out online. I don't care about that.
Amen.
Are you saying something that's going to get us to the next level?
Amen.
If not, on to the next part of the conversation.
Amen.
We gotta get to that point because it's getting to the point now where it's so disrespectful and it's so invasive. Personal information, where people live, should never go online. We should not ever be that self-destructive when we would do that to people. You know? And that's why it's important for us to stay the course because we are going to be responsible. It's us, every person in this room and every person that's not. Our generation, whether you know it or whether you don't know it, we're going to be responsible for ushering our next generations, if they can continue to exist, ushering them into nothing. And I can't go down like that. That's just not a me thing. And we really gotta figure out what we do best and everybody get activated in those places and push forward. That's how we win. And I'm gonna shut up for a while. You ready, Moo?
I'm gonna just say this. To No Taxation's point, you know, she touched on it briefly, but you know, I was down in Annapolis, and I was down there with my son. You know, my 11-year-old. And I wish I could have took all my children, but everybody was busy doing their own thing. You know, they older, you know, the younger ones, but you know, they were advocating down there. Not were, they are. You know, they had it on the floor about illegal immigrants getting free licensing. The same skilled licensing that I had to pay for. You know, I had to pay for all my skilled licensing. You know what I'm saying? So that's a real serious issue when somebody can come into a land where you're born and your ancestors bled, died, sweat, and you know everything else for. We can't put a price on our ancestors' blood. Sure, we can, but to issue any type of repair, all repair take money. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if it's a goddamn tow repair. You know, matter of fact, you hurt my feelings. That costs money to repair my feelings. You know what I'm saying? So just to you know, black pack off of what no taxation said, and just to go a little bit deeper, when seeing that firsthand and letting my son see that firsthand, that nobody was advocating for us. Nobody was advocating for, more importantly, our children. And he noticed that. Yeah, Dad, they wasn't talking about the STEM program that you and my uncle and my cousin are trying to, you know, put in place for me. Nobody was talking about that. They was talking about weed and no smelling and no smell pullover law and illegal immigrants. Like, so what illegal? I had to school him. He 11. He was like, so who are they talking about illegal? Are they talking about aliens? Because he thinking about illegal aliens. I'm like, well, you know, so I had to explain to him. But the whole point is he's 11 years old and he got it that nobody was talking about him. And he should feel upset about that. You know, he didn't, but I told him he should be upset. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm volunteering and I'm doing what I'm doing in every aspect, everything that I can do. And you know, if one of us is winning and all of us are not, then we still losing. That's how I look at it. Because I'm not looking at for me to win and Rella ain't straight. I ain't looking for me to be straight and Gray ain't straight. I ain't looking for me to be straight and Miss No Taxation ain't straight or Miss Professor ain't straight or DJ ain't straight. All my people's got to be straight for all of us for it to be good. You know what I'm saying? For everything to be all good, for us to be winning. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you know, that's not to take anything from any individual accomplishments. Look, I accomplish shit every day. I feel like I'm a successful man because a successful man is setting goals and accomplishing, and you know, setting those goals and accomplishing. That's what the meaning of a successful man is. Okay? So, I'm successful. Yeah, I'm a successful man, but guess what? On a collective scale, I'm losing. You know what I'm saying? Because my father died poor. My grandfather died poor. I got a father in San Quentin right now. He in San Quentin locked up in a prison. I'm not winning because he ain't winning. I could get $1 million. I could get $1 billion today. Hell, they could give us reparations right now today and cut my check. And I get a check. But you know what? I'm still not winning until my father is home. Until I can protect my family, even when I'm not there in their physical presence. That's called justice. When they get the most constructive help that they need at any period of time, that's called justice. We ain't winning until we get there. You know what I'm saying? And I trust, I don't believe, because I don't believe shit. I trust that each and every one of us in this space will see that shit before we die. Because I'm willing to die for it. And then I'll say that in any space. Any space. I'm willing to die for this shit. And then I'll land there. I love y'all.
Love. Appreciate you. Absolutely. Appreciate you. Appreciate your willingness to go above and beyond. If there are any men in the space that will be attending the Washington, D.C. reparations2023.com festive protest, certainly reach out because as Ms. No Taxation stated, we need manpower in order to help the event go off without too much of a hitch. I'm looking at the Jumbotron. I'm gonna kind of start digging in here a little bit. Miss Rella posted this one thing. I've seen a lot of people comment about this. Daily Wire's Matt Walsh. All of today would be in a worse spot if slavery never existed. So like I said, I watched maybe 20 seconds of it. He started talking about slavery existing all over the place, everywhere, blah, 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 blah. And it kind of lost me. But if anybody would like to speak about that, because we haven't had a chance to speak about that yet, the Black channel, Black Authority, posted about this Nigerian politician, wife, and a doctor guilty of organ trafficking to the UK. I think we've seen a few of those stories. Black American Homeland, who is no longer in the space, he has his book, which is now available.
That story first on the Black Nigerian doctor and the wife. We broke that story first. No disrespect, you know what I mean? Black Authority.
Okay, gotcha. Was that was a news Twitter space? They talked about that.
DJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that in
Say that again.
Was that in News Toter space?
I forgot what I posted. Hey, get on social, get on the feed, go join the communities up there. Y'all lacking. Y'all been lacking. You know what I mean? I'm about to come pull up on all y'all. You know what I'm saying? Especially you, relative. You know what I mean? I ain't seen no post in the air room yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get my waves right. You know what I mean?
They need to these emojis because I got a bird for you.
I know you do. Break it down so we can back it up and sell it. But yeah, check on social. Get on your news feed up there on social. It's up there somewhere. Don't ask me where I posted it at. It's up there. You know what I'm saying? Maybe in the international newsroom. I'll be up there a lot too.
I tell people to get on social and you don't know where it's at in the social.
A lot of communities. I'm working hard, man. I got a lot of rooms up there. We got a lot of rooms up there. You know what I mean?
You need to do something for something like something.
I need y'all to come up there and start moderating. Yo, don't be so trash talking to me. I'm just saying. I need y'all to come up there and start being admins in these groups. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe we need volunteers for that too. I mean, my mic.
Absolutely. I actually consolidated some of them communities today. You know, so part of it is like Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook in a while, but you go on Facebook and they got so many places to, kind of get wrapped up into communities and groups and pages. And so, and obviously people have been on it for a very long time, so they're kind of used to it, but it wasn't that way when it started, and it kind of has expanded over time. Twitter is the same way now that they got communities and spaces and a bunch of different little crevices and places you can kind of go down a rabbit hole in. And we wanted to organize some of the information on social to make it to where if you were thinking about just a specific topic, you could go in that particular community, and most of the stuff in there is about that topic. So it makes it a little bit easier than having one timeline. I think they call it the forever timeline or something like that, where you just have a whole bunch of different topics. It felt like that would be a little difficult to go back and find something that you may have wanted to read up on more, or comment on later, or whatever the case may be. So I have tried to, if there's a community that we create and nobody participates in it after a month or two, it's probably going to disappear, just to make it so that it's not cluttered with a bunch of stuff that nobody's really using. But we did cross over 300. We do still have people join in, so that's a good thing. And we have a lot of new people on there that are posting regularly, so that's awesome as well. Yeah, so shout out to social for that. But back up to the Jumbotron. Black American Homeland has reissued his book. It originally was printed in 2012. I don't know what year he actually wrote it. Say it again.
You sound like a robot.
Oh, damn it. Okay. All right. I'll back in. These motherfuckers won't leave my mic alone over here. What the fuck? That shit gets frustrating, man. Very fucking frustrating. They will not leave my fucking mic alone over there. Damn it. Okay, here we go. If I can even get back to the space. If they won't let me get back to the space. Here it goes. God, these people are crazy.
Can I just throw it in until Black comes back?
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to say is the other thing I wanted to say is that we have
that's awesome.
we have made arrangements for this rally for everyone from babies to 100 years old. We have not excluded anyone. We have included all of our people, even those with disabilities. There will be a dedicated area for people with disabilities.
Nice.
It will be volunteers over there to escort them. They have dedicated restrooms.
Awesome.
And they will not be just left out somewhere. You know, we have included them. So if you know anyone or if you yourself has a disability, please don't feel that you cannot come, because we have made room for everybody. And I want that word to get around, because I worked with people, Black folks in poverty with disabilities. I was a rehabilitation counselor for a number of years. And that's an important thing for me. And so I want everybody to know that if you have a loved one, I don't care if it's your child that has autism. I don't care if it's an elderly person that has a cane and needs a little help. I don't care if you're 100% disabled. If you have a motorized chair, you can get there. Trust me. And we have a space for you, and you will be comfortable, and you will enjoy yourself, and you won't be crowded. And so I want that word to get out as well. And thank you for that.
All right.
Thank you so much. We got a request from Miss Giselle. Yeah, so Twitter is what it is, and every week I go in and out of the matrix for some odd reason, my mic, and I don't do anything. I don't move the phone. It sits in the same place every week, but it gets a little frustrating sometimes. And now I forget what I was even talking about. Oh, I was talking about Black American Homeland because he's not in space. His book, he wrote it in 2012. Likely, well, he published it in 2012. Likely he wrote it before that time period. So it is the third from the right. It is now available on Amazon. It says the Kindle store, ebook, paperback. And I think he said if you are now a member of Kindle, you can actually... I think they're not charging you for it for a limited time. I don't know how long that will last, but definitely if you get an opportunity to purchase that book, because again, he has been on Twitter for over a decade promoting this plan, and like everything in God's universe, we met organically, and because our thought process and our ideology was so similar, we instantly connected and have kind of been, holding these spaces together for over a year now. So please support that brother. And then the next one is, we talked about Liberia. Man, oh my goodness. So for people who like to do deep research, deep dives into research, these Liberia journals, and these are only 19 through 27. I don't know how many there are. There are at least 27 of them. But these were, they were curated news stories from that time period. And they just give a wealth of information. It shows that these terms that we use today, especially with these factions, Black American, Afro-American, African-American, Negro-American, or American Negro, Negro, colored, that all these terms were used 100, 120, 130 years ago, and they were mixing these terms all within the same story. Not, you don't have to go to 10 different stories. You can find one story where all of these terms were used to describe us. And specifically because Liberia is in Africa, they would really make the distinction between us and them, calling them Africans, calling us Negroes or American Negro or something of that nature. So it's a very detailed, informative journal series that was produced over 100 years ago. Kamala Harris is in Ghana. And this story is her pledging $130 million of aid to Ghana in 2024. But she's the one who said, I'm not doing anything that's only going to benefit Black people. And now she's over there doing something that's only going to benefit Black people. She also pledged $1 billion to the women. And I'm not sure if it's Ghana or some other African country. It may have been just sub-Saharan Africa in general. So she's over there just passing out money willy-nilly. So we can all kind of take note of that. This Chicago race is it's imminent. I'm not sure if it's coming up this Tuesday or what the actual date of it is, but it is imminent. It is heating up. They got two horrible candidates. So anybody in Chicago, I don't know what you guys are going to do, because these are both just very horrible candidates. But if you're paying attention to that race, definitely pay attention. There is a graphic that shows the money. And so for everybody in reparations that thinking about running for office or thinking about supporting a candidate for office, this gives you a really strong visual of campaign finance and where the money comes from and the donations. So the Vallis, he's the son of immigrants. I'm not sure if he's an immigrant himself, but his family is not from here. They show his breakdown of his donations and where he came from and the amounts. And it looks like it's spread out. I mean, and there's some large amounts there. I'm seeing 100,000, 50,000, etc. So he's getting some pretty big individual donations from different organizations or individuals. And there's a lot. But if you go over to the Black candidate, most of his, and it's like 750,000 from what I can make out. I can't tell if this is the SEIU, which is a large labor union, I believe. But it looks like that's the color that matches up with it. The lion's share of his donations comes from one organization. And when you see that visually, what it says to me, just looking at it, is that he's in the pocket of this one organization, because most of his campaign donations quite literally come from this one organization. And so he's likely to really be beholden to them, and is likely to be pushing through a lot of legislation that they want to get pushed through. That's how politics works in America, unfortunately. And so he will likely be a puppet of that organization if he wins. The next one is Rolling Fork, Mississippi, and Silver City, Mississippi hashtag with the MSM Distribution Water Company. And they are reminding us that they still need help down there. They still need resources down there. They have to rebuild entire towns. Families were devastated, lives lost. And, we have a real soft spot for Mississippi, of course. And so if you have not seen any of their GoFundMe pages, GoFundMe, they have their sketchy history, but they did create a dedicated page of verified accounts for this particular incident. So if you'd like to donate or donate to MSM or any other Black organization, definitely look into that. I think David Banner posted a video when it happened initially, encouraging people to also help out and for the folks down there. So earlier in the space, we were talking about will the Liberians, the Americos, who do have the lineage, they did leave the country at a time when, you know, they probably felt like, you know, they had enough and they wanted to try something different. But they're not the only ones. There were the during the American Revolutionary War, some of our people moved to Canada. They were called the Black Loyalists. Between that time and really all the way up till 1900, I believe, some of our people went to Sierra Leone, which was another colony that became a nation that was for the formerly enslaved in the Western Hemisphere. There are people that come from America, Caribbean, and other places, but that was the first attempt, and then Liberia came after that. There were also the Americans, Americans in Trinidad and Tobago, which was a small contingency of former, I think they were Navy personnel that ended up in that island country. And so they are of the lineage as well. There also are U.S. military personnel all over the planet, as well as their offspring. In some of those Asian countries where we fought wars, they did leave children there as well as all of the expatriates who have left the country and have decided that they want to live somewhere else, like the Philippines or some African nation or some European nation, you know, wherever. And so the question was asked, are these people eligible when federal reparations start to get passed out? And that is a very good question. A very, very, very good question. I don't think that's actually been addressed anywhere in any task force that I've heard of. And you know, I don't think HR 40, which we all know is a horrible bill, but whatever comes to replace that, it probably needs to look into that and address that. And oh, by the way, a lot of those countries that I mentioned, some of those people actually live in America now. So even though they're Liberians or Sierra Leoneans and all these other places, they have people that actually live in this country. So were they immigrants coming back to the country? That becomes a question because they technically, you know, came from this country and then they just came back. There's a lot of technical things going on there. And then one of my favorite places, the U.S. Virgin Islands, is a place where they are American citizens, just like Puerto Ricans are American citizens, and there are Afro-Puerto Ricans. And then the question becomes, these are American territories, but they are Americans. And so technically the question becomes, will these people be eligible? I think they're probably the people that are kind of on the outer ends of the bubble, but it's certainly something that needs to be discussed and figured out. I truly do believe. You know, and a lot of it's got to do with dates. I think the U.S. Virgin Islands, it was purchased shortly after the 1900s, 1912 or something like that. When I looked that up, I'm not sure about Puerto Rico, but the question becomes, since the United States did purchase these territories and the United States did take on the burdens of these territories, do they then take on the burden of everything that occurred on those particular territories that the United States is responsible for? So something to think about and something to delve into if you are on any of these committees, and at least try to get an understanding of where people are at. I see the company, he was in a space, but he put up this what looks like it's just a video about reparations. From what I can tell, some of this is from the Tariq rally, I believe. And then there's some other footage in here as well. it's a pretty cool little video, very short. I was looking for myself in here. I remember watching people walking around with these huge cameras, television cameras, in fact, but I never really took the time to step out in front of any of them because I was kind of focused on the speakers and trying to post back to Twitter what was going on. Oh, this part is perfect because I wanted to ask Miss No Taxation. She's in space. So what I see right in that part of the video, I didn't get to send it to you, but this is a pretty open question. I saw a lot of people with signs, a lot of kids especially, and those were some of the best pictures after the rallies, kids with these signs. And so when I was initially saw this video, it reminded me of a draft tweet that I have to you, which is creating a station to create signs. You know, all you would need is like paper and markers, and they're using what looks like these fan cardboard, you know, fan holders or whatever. But, you know, if we had some cardboard, some paper, some glitter, some glue, you know, you could probably create some signs pretty quickly. So that might be a nice little station.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Black, and I will tell you this. Now, I personally won't create no sign because I'm not the one you want for that. But I will say this. I think it would be wonderful if we do have a station like that and allow people to create their signs. But we're going to be very careful about the narrative because this is lineage-based reparations, and it's specifically cut the check. And so there won't be any signs that are going to say anything else.
Okay.
We'll have some slogans up there, and if you can't go with the slogans, then you can't hold up a sign. Because while you all are looking at rally, I'm looking at Black politics and strategy. And so, yeah, we want the people to hold up the signs and wear shirts that say reparations and freedmen and all those other different names and stuff. I don't have a problem with that. But I have a problem with anybody who's going to try to use our narrative for their benefit. We ain't doing that. So like I said, we're not doing no foolishness. We're going to have a wonderful time. Don't get me wrong. But what we're going to do is make sure them white boys and the black and the black lackeys they got up there know that we mean business. And we're talking about immediate economic repair. That's just one thing.
The black laggies.
And make them deal with us on that level, and then we'll go to the next one. But yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea. I'm going to put that in rotation. We'll have a meeting on it.
Awesome. You know, and I'm thinking mainly for the kids, you know, because you know, kids love stuff like that. And we love the kids.
We're gonna have the kids gonna get their face painted too. Now we're gonna have, you know, we got a lot of stuff for the kids because we have a Father's Day program. They're gonna have their games with the fathers, and we're gonna have stuff for the families and all that kind of stuff. And we got stuff for the kids, and we breaking them up in age groups because we don't want the big kids with the little bitty kids, you know, because big kids play a little bit rougher, you know. And so we're going to do that. We need volunteers for that. See, that's why we need the volunteers. And we got stuff going on for the kids, and that's a wonderful idea. Let's let the kids make the signs. What's wrong with that? I love that idea.
Awesome. So Miss Rella mentioned the Soul Music Society.
Drop me down real quick, bro. I'm in a matrix stand.
Okay. I got you. Miss Rella mentioned the Soul Music Society, and it was someone had posted this, and I came across it. I think it was earlier today. So I'm like, oh, okay, let me put this up here. This was the summer of 1972. The Soul People. And this lady dancing, they say her name is Yolanda Goodwin from the Ikeettes. I'm not sure if that's Ike and Tina Turner, but I got to assume it is. And they're doing a bunch of old school dances. This was like a big musical outdoor festival, I guess. I'm not sure where it was at. They had
a polka dotted dress.
Yeah, she's in an orange polka dotted dress. Yep.
She was beautiful.
Absolutely. They hashtag Watt Stacks. So I know Stacks was a label way back then. I'm not sure if Watt is they're talking about California Watts or what that is, but yeah. So Soul Music Society. Someone mentioned black digital currency. So this woman, Tavonia Evans, who is in Atlanta, Georgia, I believe, created the Guap coin at Guap coin, man, at least a year ago, if not 2 years ago. And she's been steadily building her digital cryptocurrency ever since. She's now getting involved in Web3. And she does like these symposiums all across the country. She's been on all these different media platforms. There is a post where she says she has over 1 million wallets. And if you know anything about cryptocurrency, you have to put your cryptocurrency in these digital wallets. So if you are interested in supporting black cryptocurrency, black owned cryptocurrency, she does come out of the banking industry. And so yeah, Guap coin, if you aren't following that, and if you aren't following her, then she is up in the jumbotron as well. Miss Coops T, shout out to Miss Coops T. She posted this Democrat Party poll, or I don't know, something they got going around. It's called a reparations survey. The Democrats and the Black Caucus, she says they're on some BS. And the first question is, do you support reparations? And then they ask you to take a survey to help us form our strategy to elect Black Democrats. And then they ask you a series of questions. One is about Mitch McConnell. One is about Ron DeSantis. And then they ask this question, which is so upsetting, the way they framed the question. And they framed it this way to elicit the answer that they want, not the answer that we have to give. And this goes back to the poll they did on Twitter, where they actually gave credible options, and reparations defeated their poll, so they had to take it down. But these are the questions that they ask. Which form of reparations are you most likely to support? Check all that apply. Free college, free housing, free health care, access to job opportunities, tax credits, grants, unsure, or other. And then if you selected other, please provide below, which of course Ms. Coops T put in cash, and cash reparations. And so they intentionally created this survey to not produce cash, to intentionally make it very difficult for cash to even be an option, so that they can get the answer that they want, not the answer that we have to give. And this is the deception of the Democrat Party. Unfortunately, the lackeys that Mr. No Taxation talked about, Nina Turner is in a short clip where she talks about the black moderates, or the gatekeepers in the Democrat Party. I think they're all gatekeepers, and I think they're all lackeys, but this is what they do. So, you know, if you come across that, Miss Coops asked not to even participate in it, but you know, it is what it is. So, earlier someone did, I think it was Professor, mentioned that there was another mass shooting. So this is a quick video about them arresting this white male out of his car after he shot 3 to 4 people at a Trader Joe's grocery store parking lot. And it says he killed at least 1 person. So no shots were fired, even though it looks like they had to stop his vehicle. They didn't unload 100 bullets into his car like they normally do, even though this guy just killed people and or tried to kill multiple people. Yeah, so no physical violence at all. It's very, very cordial. Kind of disgusting, but this is what happens in this country. Let's see if I can get Bar Lord back up here to the co-host spot. And I'm just running through these, so feel free if you want to speak on it, jump in. Steph Curry, NBA player, his father played in the league. He signed a new deal with Under Armour. He basically built this brand, if we're being like 100% honest about it. So they actually made him a lifetime permanent partner in this brand. He gets annual base pay, stock equity, royalties, on-court incentive bonuses, which could be one of the richest endorsement deals in sports history. They basically made him a lifetime representative for the company. And this is the type of deals that, you know, these superstar athletes, they need to get as close to ownership as they possibly can. Thinking back to Michael or Magic Johnson, I think his original offer with, I believe it was Converse, either Converse or Adidas, they offered him an ownership stake way back. I think this was in the either early 80s or late 70s. So, you know, and we know about Jordan's deal. They're making a movie where it looks like he's not the subject of the movie. The white characters or the centerpiece of the movie about Michael Jordan, which is utterly insane. And then we know about LeBron's deal and Kobe's deal and, you know, some of these bigger athletes. So hopefully, as we continue to dominate these sports, I talked about pickleball, which is this growing sport in the country where they are starting to pass out real money for prizes. And it looks like it's a sport that can grow and may actually start getting TV and endorsement deals. And, you know, once we get involved in it, obviously the attention grows and the money grows. And we need to make sure that we are at the table asking for ownership versus just simply a Kanye West type of deal where they can kick us out and destroy our wealth earning opportunities. And I didn't post this in the Jumbotron, but right now Lamar Jackson, the athlete, the football player, the phenomenon, is currently negotiating his deal with his mother, and they have counsel. And because they're not allowing these parasitic vulture white owned agents to come in and take 10% or 15 or whatever they take off of these athletes, they're creating this narrative that he's irresponsible, that he's insane, that there's something wrong with him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's because he has decided to stand on his square, stand on his 10 toes, bet on himself, invest in himself, and say, I'm going to break the mold. I'm going to break the cycle of you parasitically living off of black athletes. And hopefully he not only is victorious in that, but all of these up and coming athletes will also follow in his footsteps and say enough is enough. So shout out to Lamar Jackson.
You know, Chance the Rapper would be the equivalent. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, in the music industry, and, you know, Trouble probably can attest to this, you know, they were always talking about owning your masters or owning your music, right? And when Chance the Rapper came on the scene, he came on the scene and he didn't come on the scene, you know, with under a label or anything. He created his own lane as a teacher, you know, and a artist. And so to me, when I think about what Lamar, is it Lavar or Lamar? I think it's Lavar.
Lamar.
Okay, Lamar is doing, I feel like, no, I see that it's the same thing. You know, he wants to transfer his wealth and what he is earning in his career directly to himself and his family, or his mother who happened to be his manager, and with the utilization of his logic of also having, you know, legal counsel. So they're not alone doing this by themselves. They have attorneys that are assisting them. And the crazy part is that you now get to see full out the workings of the NFL and how they practice denigration and you know, just breaking down Black athletes when it comes to their money. And, you know, it's the agent, it's this, it's that. Matter of fact, when Ballers came out with The Rock, and you saw all the people that go into getting these athletes on a team, and these people are making money, right, you know, hand over fist off these athletes, while the athletes struggle in the beginning. The athletes don't get the money directly. It would go to their agents and people that are connected. And they feel like, well, these particular people have relationships with these teams, instead of the teams actually having the relationships with the players in whomever they choose to represent them, and the money going directly back into them, or a trust that actually benefits their families. The NFL is definitely and has always been set up as a plantation organization. That's the reason why when they had the strike, you saw all of the owners come out, and I think it was the Dallas owner came out and was like, oh no, not the strike. The when Kaepernick was kneeling and all that was going on, the owner, the white woman comes out and goes, you know, why don't you guys just go ahead and just play and you know, tell us what you want. Tell us what you want and just get back out there and play. You know, like it was so like just the disregard. There was no humanity in how they even look at these athletes that come from a mother's womb and a father's seed, and you can tell that they don't care the rigorous things that they go through. They just treat them like whatever. But then when you look at all these Hall of Famers that they are always champion, the white champion players, they don't get treated the same way. They don't get the same stigma. And I've always been leery, and I've always said the NFL is constructed where the white quarterback is pretty much leading Black players, the linemen, the tight ends, the running backs, the receivers, all Black. Like a you know, like a some sort of kind of like a slave hand to a mule or something like that. And like that's the structure of it. You don't hardly see a dominant of Black male quarterbacks leading an all white line, or all white line, and he is the head, you know, player or franchise player. And it's always been that way. And I really hope that, you know, one day we all can enjoy the sport and all of the sports that our people participate in and showcase their talents, and it's owned by us. And we are the ones who are the benefactors of the joy that we want to see. And, you know, because we deserve it, and they do. They definitely deserve it. And it's really sad how they're treating Lamar at this moment in time, because he is a really exceptional player. And no matter what people think or say, I think it is very admirable and honorable for what he's trying to do for himself and his family.
Amen to that, man. Yeah, amen, amen, amen. They gonna always hate when one of us, and I'll mention Kyrie. You know, shout out to Kyrie standing on his square and willing to take, you know, whatever verbal abuse they want to give to you, and doesn't back down. They always gonna try to make it hard, make it tough, because you are essentially breaking the chain, breaking the cycle, you know. So it's very important, and you know, hopefully he will be victorious no matter what, because he stood up and stood out unlike some others who I'm not going to mention who fold as soon as they get a phone call. Shout out to this woman, Miss Melissa Payne. She is the Cherokee Nation's Freedmen Community Advisor. This Black woman. And actually, again, when I say my family, like this woman's features reminds me of my family features. And so, you know, so yeah, it just kind of is what it is. But that's that. I did post up here when they were in Georgia passing out those voter IDs. So what they've been doing is, it seems like every month or so, this says they were in Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. They also were in Albuquerque and Denver. So it appears that they're kind of traveling around the country, passing out these Cherokee Nation IDs to their citizens. Because since they rewrote their constitution, they may have done some update or something. But essentially what that ID does, it gives them the ability to get these services. And there are many, you know, they have many services that are available to the people who are a part of their nation. And like I said, the president of their nation seems to be very, very open to incorporating Black Americans into the fold. Now, only time will tell how long that does stay that way. But at least they do know that the federal government, because I said this in a couple of spaces, that judge in that case declared that these nations, these Indian nations, are not sovereign. They don't own the land, and they can be removed at the will of the federal government. So they are more like municipalities because they do have police, they do have courts, you know, they do have governments, but they are not owners of the land. To make that clear, and they are under federal and they are under state authority. So there's that.
Can we play? Yeah. Are you able to play the video of the white guy talking about slavery, or the interview Marcel did with, not the interview, Marcel's meeting with Marianne Williamson?
Oh, nice. Okay. While he looks for that, I'm gonna hit this one up. This is from Miss Trouble and Miss Kiara. I'm pretty sure that's how she says it, Miss Kiara. So it looks like there's an organization that is against Black American descendants of U.S. chattel enslavement, that are kind of suggesting some type of a minimum reporting category on government forms, is what it says. It looks like they are anti-Black American in this sense. It's called the National Black Cultural Information Trust, NBCI Trust. They're saying slavery is not an ethnicity. Proposed changes to U.S. race and ethnicity categories. So April 4th and April 6th, they're having some type of event. It is Central Time, so they're out there, I guess, in the Midwest-ish. But it is a webinar on Zoom. And April 4th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And April 6th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're calling these emergency meetings, which looks like they're about to flood the OMB with a bunch of BS, from what I'm gathering here. Their advisory committee are Aya Fubara Ineli, Dwayne Wong, which I think most people know who that is. He's a character on Twitter. Minister Ari Meritazon, Dr. Kevin Coakley, Hallie Khan Westmoss, Michael K. Fisher, Dr. Tiffany D. Pogue, and Harper Glenn. So if you recognize any of those names, this sounds really Pan-African-ish from what I can tell. is reading these names off. And so if you're able to attend that, definitely tap into that. The link is on the Kiara's post. If you tap the link in the picture, it takes you to their website, mbcit.org. So this would be a good party to crash, I guess, and see what they're talking about at least. And then I guess report back to everybody as to what their plans are. And then the last thing, so the black puppet or the monkey puppet, I don't know if anybody's aware of the monkey puppet on YouTube. He asked me to post this. I guess he did a video about Trump. It's 3 minutes, and I think he was away for a while, but he is back on YouTube, and he does post these 3 minutes of Black empowerment where he kind of breaks down what goes on in politics in America in relation to Black America. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll come back. Damn it. Leave me alone. They won't 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 just let me sit in here and be cool and be chilling and be all up in the space with the peoples. That's what these people do.
So Black been trying, like, certain things that he says. Twitter will start to and honestly, I really think there's somebody that's probably tasked to watch our spaces, and you know they're playing around with the audio.
No, there ain't no question.
Because when you're in the room with the white folks, they don't have these issues.
There ain't no
at all.
And there ain't no question about that. Because like last week when I said that one word, man, it was like crash, collapse. It was going. I couldn't even get back into it. I had to run it under social. So yeah, they definitely be listening, man. Definitely. And then Elon had a space. I don't know if it was his space, but he was in it. There was almost 40,000 people in that space. It was about the open AI, open source, which I'm assuming means that people who are programmers will be able to program features specifically for Twitter. So that's probably something that's going to be coming down the pike. You'll probably start seeing a lot more of these embedded features on here. So, you know, that kind of is what it is, but yeah. So I'm pretty much at the end of my rope here. So there's that. Okay, so I see everybody's being fairly quiet here. I've kind of okay, we got a speaker coming up. It's Trouble. Cool. Speak on that topic. You got it, Miss Trouble.
They just kicked DJ out like click.
Did they really?
But yeah, I just wanted to say I think to a certain degree they know who all amongst us hold spaces on a regular and puts that certain particular type of knowledge out. And those spaces are always going to continue to be messed with. No taxation, and Rella just said, you never see that in the white people spaces. I go in plenty of them from time to time just to pop in and see what they crying about. And everything is clear. Their listeners come up, their speakers come up. They're not kicked off. None of that foolishness. But when we come to our spaces, this is what you get. And then it feels like, I don't know if this is Elon's way of saying, hey, if your Negroes want to, be on here like the white people are, even though most of them aren't, blue check mark, you're going to have to pay for it. So it's getting extremely ridiculous right now. But I guess, we work with it the way we've always worked with the shit that they've handed to us. We take it and we do our thing with it. We come back at it and we're relentless, about it. So they play these games and we continue to do what we do, survive it.
Survive. Yes. Yes. Survive. Survive is what we do best. And you know, man, we always in survival mode. I would like to get into thriving mode. Um, Definitely like our grandchildren, great grandchildren, to get into some thriving modes, but we definitely survived. The fact that we are still here is the victory, to be quite honest. Because yes, no taxation stated accurately that they intended to get rid of us as soon as our enslavement was over, or emancipation was over, Reconstruction was over. They wanted to get us up out of here. And they phrased it the Negro problem. Every time I go back in that time period, you see that phrase over and over and over again. And that's what it was referring to, the fact that we were still here. And, you know, 100 years later, we're still here, and 1,000 years later, we will still be here. So it is what it is.
It's crazy to even hear that term stating the Negro problem, when the Negro problem was them. They were murderers,
They created the problem,
and killers. And it's like, when you look at things today, that was the issue. But like, they were thieves. Thieves. They couldn't survive off of anything else. They had to be taught how to cook, clean, wipe their ass. They was eating each other. Until the natives came along and helped them when they got here. And then when you start to have those conversations about history in that way, you know, then people, when they want to start talking about saying, well, you know, y'all didn't build this country. Our forefathers. Your forefathers didn't have no goddamn teeth. They stole the slave teeth while they were alive, not dead.
It seems like the whole world has a goddamn Negro problem.
Oh, man.
Everybody wants to be us. They want to have our inventions. They want to have our knowledge. They want to have our swag. They want to have everything that we are, all to themselves, without wanting us. And it's a problem that we not only survived the slave trade, but we survived those we were traded to. Our ancestors who was already here survived being misclassified and reclassified. We've survived everything the whole world has thrown at us, yet we are still here. Oh, you goddamn right, there's a Negro problem. They're trying to figure out, how the hell can we kill these motherfuckers off once and for goddamn good? And they haven't figured that problem out, but they're throwing everything at us. But I don't know, it's just something in my spirits that just tells me, sooner or later, and I don't know when it's going to happen. It's probably more sooner than later, but they're getting ready to reap what they sow. Everything that they've thrown at us has failed, and it will continue to fail because they are the problem. We have never been a problem. They want us to think that we are the problem. They want us to feel like we are the problem. They want us to continue to act like we are the problem and tell each other that we are the problem. But we are not the problem. They are the problem. And they're getting ready to reap what they sow. The whole world is getting ready to reap what they sow for colluding with these demons against us, because they have colluded. The non-whites have colluded with the white folks against us. But you want everything that we are without having us. Without us, you don't have anything. Just like that man. I don't know if y'all seen that video. What was his name? Matt Walsh. Was it Walsh? And he did that video about, we'll say slavery never existed. And
I was trying to get DJ to play it.
Yeah, and in the same breath saying how, well, if slavery never existed, we wouldn't be here. None of us would be here. So you recognize the fact that the only reason why you are here is due to a certain group of people, yet you would still deny us what we're owed. But you want to exist without it.
Yeah, remember, and he said, I recognize that I am a benefactor of my family being slave owners.
Hey, so send it to me.
Wow.
Okay, it's in the Jumbotron. I'll send it to you.
Where in the Jumbotron? Which one? Or send it to me, whatever.
T-Bay.
Can I read you all something I wrote? I think it was in June 19th, 2019, when I was working with Dr. Darity on the Hill. Do you mind? It's a paragraph, it's not long. Black, you know I need your permission.
You got lifetime permission.
Not the lifetime. You know I ain't gonna be there many years. That's why you gave it to me. Let me just give you the backstory for everybody in the room. One of the things that I worked on with Dr. Darity was when the first HR 40 Commission hearing
this broad is crazy.
happened on the Hill,
flipped out.
He couldn't make it. He was invited. He was invited, but he couldn't make it. He had a previous engagement. So I said, well, let's get your testimony in, entered into the congressional record. And that's what we did. And so I helped him write the beginning because, he had never written a congressional testimony before. So here's what I said. The time has come for the United States finally to lay to rest the issue of what has been called variously the slave problem, the colored problem, the Negro problem, the Black problem, and the African American problem.
Goodness gracious.
The country can ill afford to remain stranded in the mire of injustice, perpetually refusing to resolve the fundamental historic national dilemma facing all Americans. For too long, the nation has refused to take steps to solve an unethical predicament of its own making. The problem of the unequal status of Black and white Americans. And I'm going to leave it there. So, yeah, we've been talking about the Negro problem, the colored problem. We've been talking about all the problems. Well, it's time to stop talking about it now. It's time to do something about it. And if they can't do something about it, they just take their chances. That's the way I feel about it. And I'm going to leave it there.
Amen, 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 man. Yeah, because these people, they deflect because they're not responsible for anything. They take no responsibility for anything anywhere on the planet, and they've destroyed everything. That's what they do. That's who they are. Constantly destroy, never take responsibility. So we got DJ back up in the co-host slot. Did you find that video there? Oh, the company. You got your hand up. You got it, bro.
Hey, give me a second, because for nigga in the accounts and shit. 1 second.
Thank you for it's about time for me to go to sleep. But I did have something that I was pondering on and stuff like that. Something that, maybe the elders can probably clear up for me. But, like, in the time of Christopher Columbus, like, India was called Hindustan, right? So if during that time it was called Hindustan, where does the reference of India or referring to Indians come from? Just wondering. It's just beating in my head.
Could you say that part again about referring to India?
So, if Christopher Columbus came over here and he thought he was in India, right? Okay. So he called everyone Indians. Right? Okay, but during the time of Christopher Columbus, there was no India. It was called Hindustan, right? So where does the term India or Indians
come in the whole picture of everything. Like India didn't even become a name until 1947.
Okay, that's an interesting question. I'd have to look on that because I don't know that actual date. I know there was the Ottoman Empire and some other things over there. But let me say this part. This part I do know. So his navigators were black Spaniards or Portuguesians, whatever they were, and they were Moors. They were navigators, so they actually understood where they were going. They knew that they weren't headed towards India because they had the skill of navigation. They knew the stars. So when they arrived here, they actually called it the West Indies, and maybe because they were used to making, because there was a time when trade went from Europe around the Horn of Africa over to that part of the world that we know as India, and there was a slave trade that actually also went over to that part of the world, where they were taking Africans over there. The Arabs did it as well. So it was likely that because when they arrived here, the people were similar in some way, shape, or form, physically or otherwise, that they just attached that particular group of people and or the look of the people to the people that were here when they arrived. But they knew quite literally that they were not in India. That part is a fallacy for sure.
Oh, how come they didn't call us Hindi instead of Indi or something like?
So I'm looking online, and I'm looking at the Library of Congress has some information called the newspaper called the Hindustan Times, and they had information on Hindustan, and they were talking about New Delhi and a lot of the other places in India that they called it India, but it was actually called something else prior to being called India, and that was probably the reference that you're talking about in regards to the European, again, putting their stamp on something, trying to rename something because they say so. And so I'd have to do some more, like Black, do some more digging to figure out where that all came about. But hey, we're in the age of 2023, and I'm not sure if we're out of Aquarius times, but this is a time of unfolding all information. And so I always say that everybody needs to be delineated. And if it comes down to it, if Indians weren't actually Indian, they were Hindian or Hindustan, then hey, let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, so somebody's
lying about something.
There was a company called the Dutch West India Company, 1621. A lot of these companies, and for whatever reason, because the initial colonization of the Americas, at least in North America, was really like a public-private corporation partnership. So it would be these companies that would get authorization from the king or whatever was going on over there to come over here, and then they would establish the company, and then that company would essentially map out the land and claim ownership over whatever parts of the land that they wanted. And so that's how a lot of these colonies started off, not as necessarily as countries or whatever, but as corporate extraction vehicles, I guess would be the way I could put it, because they were coming over here for resources, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing when they kind of went into Africa. A lot of them were of these companies that kind of led the charge. So not so much a military expedition, how we would normally think of taking over a country, but more from a corporate standpoint. So So yeah, it's likely again. And the Dutch, I believe, is close to Germany or the Netherlands or something like that. I think they're all kind of up there together. So they probably had interactions with people in India, and for whatever reason, again, when they decided to come west, they knew they were not in India. They absolutely knew they were not in India, but they had that name, and they attached it to this company, and then they established their colonies when they got over here under that particular name, likely because they already had East Indian companies or something of that nature prior to that.
Yeah, so here it says Columbus thought he had reached Asia and called this new land the Indies, and he called the people there Indians.
Mm-hmm.
On the second voyage, Columbus sailed with a group of 17 ships. He was sent to find gold and capture Indians. That's some shit. They were just running around the world, putting people in chains. How the fuck do you capture people? Like, think about it. These people had it in their mind that they're going to capture people like animals. But yet, this mofo on the damn video talking about had African slave. He said and then he called the slavery African slavery. He was like, had African slavery not happened, completely ignoring the fact that it was called chattel slavery.
They always do their best to try to make it into a global issue rather than focusing exactly on what happened here.
Yes, but then turned around and said, but I must admit, the benefit of me having, being a descendant of slave owners. But didn't you just say it was African slavery and then turn around and say that he's Italian? Girl, I was looking at the screen. I just was making out, if you could just see my face, I just was like, these people are sociopaths, and they're very manipulative to the point where you can, like, when you listen to like how they talk like demons.
Very demonic. And you know what's another thing is they always throw it back on Africa. And no, yes, we all know Africa played a major role in it because they were selling people because of for whatever reason, for the little trinkets that they got, those who weren't a part of their own tribe or whatnot. But in order for you to be a seller, you have to have a goddamn buyer. So motherfuckers wasn't willing to buy, they couldn't have anything to sell.
That's right. Supply and demand. And if you ask me, I really would like to know in detail, would it have been actually indentured servitude that was going on in Africa, and it turned into human trafficking, sex trafficking, slavery once the Europeans got involved? Because, the Europeans got involved, the Portuguese and Spain got involved, and they were practicing ritualistic type situations where they were doing all kind of demonic stuff. And so when you actually look at in France too, France was up in there too. So, and then you had also Africans that went over into Asia. So that tells me there was some trading that happened over in Asia, and they don't want to talk about that either. The Asians haven't gotten hit yet. They haven't gotten hit upside their goddamn heads yet because no one's bringing that history to them yet. That's why they don't want to talk about the Black Samurais. The Black Samurais that existed prior to Asians actually thinking that they developed martial arts. Yeah. Like, I'll be ready. I'll be ready to go ham.
General Yaisuk.
Man.
To address that, they would also have
to send that thing to my WPI account, my bad.
To address what happened over in Asia. I think this whole thing goes so fucking deep. to address what happens in Asia would have to bring them full circle around to how certain natives came about too. Because when they go back into the red natives, they always say, well, they have like Mexican or Asian phenotypes or blood within them mixed with Negro blood. So then you'd have to bust down all of that, because while they are quick to tell us that we didn't have people who are already here on this earth on American soil. Well, I mean, how did the red natives get here? What do you mean? Did they just start growing out the dirt like grass? Where did they come from? They don't want to break down none of that history. They don't want to break it down.
And then a part of that was because of the clay, right? I could have sworn because the earth on this side was red clay. Is that right?
Could be, because I know there's a lot of red clay here in the cat.
Yeah, so I was talking to a guy in one of the lectures I had went to, and he had brought up the red clay, and I'm trying to remember the correlation, but I could have sworn that that's why they were called they called the Indians here because their skin wasn't red. Like those pictures that they always tried to show them the pictures in books as
red skin 42, right?
But they didn't have red skin. So the old this is the crazy part. This is the kicker. When Google first kicked off, and I remember prior to maybe
Google Redman too, not just the rapper Redman.
I want to say like maybe 2008, 2010, you could find all kind of stories where they were showing and depicting the African, the enslaved here in the United States, and they were showing them compared to the Indians after they had already been colonized. But then if you go further back and you actually start to look at pictures of what the Aztecs looked like, they didn't look like the Latinos that you see. They look like black people.
Mm-hmm.
When Google was in that same time frame when you was talking about, when Google was showing pictures of what Columbus took back over to the Spaniards or whatnot, the pictures that he had was of what looked like Africans with fringes on them.
Yes, and then all of a sudden, when you go to Google now and you start to Google those images, they're gone. And gone. And so it's like they have the ability to take and put information on and off the fucking internet. That to me is when we really can, really strong arm something. I feel like authority would be for us to create our own internet. That to me would actually be like, we don't need to use y'all shit. We got our own. That's what I'm gonna do with my reparations money. Fuck that shit.
We need our own every goddamn thing, anyhow. To be honest with you, all this shit is ours, like my husband loved to say. All this shit is ours. But when we do secure the bag, and we do find, because by the time we secure the bag, we're going to be in a state of despair to where we're going to need to still rely on each other anyhow. And so everything should be geared towards, even if we get it right before, this whole shebang crashes down, that's really mentally where we need to be thinking about moving anyhow into the direction of a complete Black separation. That's not to say that, if y'all still want to cohort with, them other peoples, you do what you do. But we need to, formulate our own shit, for our own sake, for our own survival, for our own generations that we need to come up for the future,
Amen to that. Amen to that.
That's for sure.
Yeah, amen to that. We got looks like Timo. Let me see if I can actually get to his face. Okay. Timo coming up to speak. So I did find that there was something called the East India Company, and this was the world's most powerful monopoly under the British corporation. And so, yeah, they went in as a company looking to trade, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Ultimately became a military force, and ultimately, it appears, conquered the Mughal Empire. See if I can find that so I can spell it out. But India at that time, what we know it today, it was, I guess, much like Africa, where there were these multiple kingdoms or multiple tribes, however you look at it. And so it was, it was one of those things where they could just divide and conquer because those people were not cooperating together in order to keep these Europeans out of their lands. Now, the Mughal Empire, Mughul Empire, says that extended across India. So this company, East India Company, was able to come in and ultimately take over and insert their own particular ruler underneath the British monarchy. And there was also an East Dutch Company that was there, I think, either shortly after in a different part of India. And again, using the term India loosely because we don't have a map when we're looking at this story to know which part of the planet they were talking about. We're just assuming that they meant that particular part of the planet, but it could have been in China or in Russia even, depending on where exactly they were talking about. But yeah. And then that word India comes from Indo. And if you start really looking back into these proto Indo languages coming out of Europe and other places, you start seeing how this word INDI and or INDO, I talk about this in the book, how indigo and Indian and India, even, in my opinion, that particular prefix INDI seems to depict darker skinned people, darker skinned populations across the planet, dark color. And so it is possible and likely that is where the word kind of comes from. I've done etymological studies on that particular prefix to try to really lock it down. But I guess I'm using circumstantial evidence to kind of make that connection, but it seems to fit that Indo kind of has that connotation to it. So Timo came up to speak, but DJ, you got it.
No, somebody want to speak. Go ahead.
Welcome to
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hello, everybody. How you guys doing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't speak on these.
What's up?
I don't speak on these spaces much, but you guys said something that kind of sparked my interest. When you mentioned that there are red Indians here, I don't know if you ever looked up in the Webster Dictionary, the 1828 version. If you look up the definition, American, it's the 1828 Webster edition. Look up the definition, American, and it'll tell you the people that were here when Columbus arrived.
Spell how we spell it, or is it? I spell it, with 3 K's, not ICA, so specific.
No, spell it the way they spell it. If you want to, I don't know how to use this Jumbotron, but if you look it up real fast, you will see that the definition of American is right in the Webster 1828 edition. And it tells you who were here when Columbus arrived. Now, I'll be on about 2 minutes and I'm going to get off. But, I'm 63 years old and I see, I've been around, I've seen a lot. And when it comes to reparations and all that, these people will never voluntarily give black folks reparations. Never. They will never do it. Your rise will be his demise, and he knows that. He looks at it as if you already have an advantage. You've had an advantage from the beginning because you have the God gene, melanin. Melanin is the key to life. You know, you're kind of more dominant when it comes to athletics. You know, you can go out in the sun, hang out in the sun without getting burned. You know, you look at that. We take things like that for granted, but to them, that's a big issue. Now, I got a code here that I'm going to give you guys. I want you guys to check this code out. There's it's a chemical identification code. That's something that they use in the stock market. This code is the code that they use when they purchase and sell melanin. Melanin is close to $500 a gram. Most melanin is extracted through the placenta or aborted fetus. Melanin is the God gene. The entire earth is melanated. The planet, the sun, the cosmos, the universe. Everything is melanated. The plants, you are melanated. You look at it, you take it for granted. But these people know what you have. I'm gonna give this code. I don't know how to put it in the Jumbotron, but I'm hoping somebody would write it down and type this code in to your Google search. This code is the chemical identification code for melanin. Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah. Just post it on your page, and then we can put it in the Jumbotron.
What do you mean post it on my page? How do I do that?
Okay, hey, I got it. Hey, you on the application, right? You see the little purple bubble that says about 25 right now on the bottom right hand side? That's called the space chat right there. So if you click that, you could and then you know how to tweet, right? So it's the same thing. So once you do that, and we'll go to the next step after that. But whatever information you want to do, just tweet it out, and I'll tell you the next step.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do it right now. Okay, I'll turn the floor over. I just want you guys to check out that American, the definition of American.
Genius.
In the 1828 Webster edition, and I'm gonna send that code over right now. Thank you so much for your time.
So that definition is talking about the copper color, folks, and that will be up. You know what I'm saying? So, Dan, shout out to Dan Calloway. You already know, but that's not everybody though. Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? Some of us came over from Negro land. You know what I'm saying? And,
I agree. Right. But what I'm saying is, I think black people circumnavigated the entire globe, and I think black people have been on that.
It won't be about circumnavigating because we know we built the ships. Africans, you know what I'm saying? We already know. You know what I mean? Our ancestors built them ships, but Negroes were selling. Africans were selling Negroes. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what about the ones that wound up coming over here? You know what I'm saying? Because of slavery. And then as they got here, the colonizers wound up enslaving everybody else.
Right, but he's talking about prior to slavery, Africans actually started the slave trade. He's talking about Moors actually were sailing around the globe. That's why people were waiting for the movie to come out about Mansa Musa. That's part of it.
Thank you, sister.
People were kind of waiting for the movie about Mansa Musa because prior to Christopher Columbus and Dane Calloway, even though Dane Calloway is talking about people who were already here, those people were here because folks were actually sailing around the world prior to the Europeans turning into these demons and wanting to fight and go to war and enslave a bunch of people, because no one talks about the fall of the Moors and what happened to them. They talk about Moorish people in the Moorish temple, but they don't talk about the Moors who were in Portugal, who were literally Portuguese, and they were also Spaniard Moors, and they were European Moors in Germany. They were around already, and they actually traveled here prior to slave ship to over this way. So it would make sense the migration of people on this side of the world being melanated, because if there were people that were here and they made it with those people here, or they were bringing people over here, then that makes sense to how the people got on this side of the world.
And real quick, a lot of times, sometimes if you go back even farther, you will find out that Africa is the only continent that's rooted to the earth. Everything else just floats. If you were to take and push every continent back toward Africa, it would all line up and fit together like a gigantic puzzle. So in the beginning, I don't know, maybe a million years ago, maybe not quite so far back, the earth was one landmass. Everything was connected to Africa, is the way people were able to go over the entire planet, even before boats. Now I put that code in my thing. Did you get it?
Let me see. I don't see your post. Did you made the post on the tweet down in the chat?
I tried to.
Okay, so do you see where it says, once you click on the numbers, do you see where it says tweet your reply? If you look down.
Let me try it one more time.
I don't see it.
Well, I probably didn't get it in there. Let me see. Yeah, I'm over here. I'm trying to figure this thing out.
No, you're fine.
Okay, I see where it says tweet your reply.
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm going to be able to get it here. I'm going to let somebody else speak, and I'm going to work with this.
Okay. DJ.
I want to speak.
Oh, you got it.
Go ahead. Because I'm going to play this video after everybody done.
Okay. I'm not sure what made that man come up in here in a space where there's a lot of reparations and say we will never get reparations. I don't know if he got a crystal ball or somebody told him that was going to happen. But that's not what I believe. I believe that we will get reparations. Will we get everything? Likely not. Because after economic repair comes, they got to fix those systems, and that's going to be hard. But I will say this. There's no point in running around saying I'm black, and I know this and I know that, and you ain't fighting for reparations. If you black and know this and that, you most assuredly should be fighting for reparations and not taking no for an answer. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, I didn't say we would never get reparations.
That's exactly what you said. You said they will never give reparations based on the melanin.
Hold it. I said they will never voluntarily give black folks reparations. That's exactly what I said.
I must have missed that voluntarily part.
I didn't say we would never get it. I said they will never voluntarily get. They'll always use little games and tricks.
Well, they've been doing that since forever. Don't nobody care about them games and tricks.
Well, I'm just saying,
they've never voluntarily done nothing.
But don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say we would never get it.
I said I must have not heard that voluntarily word.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Because I'm gonna tell you this. That stuff you talking about with the melanin, them white women down in California is already taking those Hollywood stars and stuff. They got it in pills now. You can buy it.
I agree. Mm. Hey, I put that code in that tweet box. Can you see it?
Let me look. Did you hit send?
Yeah.
I don't know why we can't. Hold on, maybe it's all the way at the bottom.
I have seen it all. Y'all, Mr. Timo. Mr. Timo has beat me at not being able to do the technology stuff. And he's making me look real good now.
I agree with you on that, man.
And I'm older than you, so I can brag a little bit now.
I'm old, man. I'm new at this, and I thought I put it in.
They'll teach you. Let me tell you, they will teach you. They'll work with you and teach you because they taught me.
Can you go to your own page, click on your icon and go to your own page, or just make a tweet? And then
they say here that they cannot view or reply because you've protected your tweets.
What? Your page is private. Your page is private. That's why.
Bro, what do I do? What do I do?
You have to take the lock off your page.
Or can he just post it inside? Oh yeah, because his page is still private. So.
Yeah, because I can't even see it. I don't. Maybe because Black is Black. If Black, maybe Black's not following him, so that's why he can't.
No, if the tweets are protected, that means nobody can see it unless you follow them too as well. But that's not necessarily always the case.
He got to let you follow him at this point. He's over there following me. I just found out. I said, well, dang, he got his account private, but he want to follow my account. Mine's wide open. But now I know he don't know what he's doing.
Can you follow me and maybe you'll be able to see that? Or
I'm going to follow you, but you got to let me follow you.
I followed you, but it's pending.
Well, okay, let me go to my page right now and see if I can figure this thing out. I'm sorry, folks.
Hi, JD. I saw you earlier.
Hey, I was just saying I was trying to follow him too, so because I wanted to look on his page so I could get the code, but it says pending. So I guess that means that it is private. Yeah, since he's having a problem, can he just give us the code here? If that's not too much to ask.
Just give us the code, my G.
Shout out to all the elders in the room.
Here go the code right here. It's CAS 8049-97-6. That's the chemical identification code for melanin.
Okay, can you repeat that, but this time go a little slower?
C as in cat, A as in apple, S as in Sam, 8049-97-6. That lets you know.
Thank you.
That lets you know what they're doing with their melanin. There's nothing on this earth that compares to melanin. Melanin is the key to life. They're selling melanin in the stock market. You could buy a gram of melanin. I'm talking a gram, not an ounce, a gram. You could buy a gram of melanin for like $500. What is there? How many grams is in an ounce? What is it? 12 grams in an ounce?
Yeah, that's never been our forte because we got it.
No. It's 28 grams in an ounce. 28 grams.
28, allegedly though.
Yeah, exactly. 28.
I've never thought to think to buy melanin because we get it from the split.
I never thought to sell it, like for them 28 grams DJ was talking about. I mean,
think about that. That lets you know. Money. The average black person has 16 pounds of skin. Now,
Now, your skin is enriched with melanin. Not counting your melanated organs, not counting your blood. Most black people have the universal bloodline, type O positive and O negative, which is a universal bloodline. Your blood is enriched with melanin. Your eyes, your hair. Your hair is an extension to your nervous system.
Did you know that if you put a strand of hair in the freezer, it won't freeze? Curly hair?
Yeah, it don't die either.
No, it won't die. So it actually won't turn brittle and break, and it doesn't freeze.
That's why the Bible tells black women that your hair is your glory. Your hair is an extension of your nervous system. Your hair defies gravity. Your hair gravitates toward the sun like a plant in its natural state. Not when it's straight, but when it's in its natural state, your hair gravitates toward the sun like a plant. You just don't know who you are, but these people know who you are. They're never going to try to help you get an advantage over them because you already have an advantage.
Oh, I know whose I am, and I know whose I belong to.
Well, I'm gonna need somebody to make a hair bag that's like a freezer, so mine can stop trying to get these little gray strands in it, so I can.
Did you hear about that class action suit?
Black and the berries with the juice, trouble. Black and the berries with the juice. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Did you hear about that class action suit they got against Dark and Lovely for the liquid crack that black women been putting in their hair? That's causing thyroid cancer and causing their hair to fall out.
It's a bunch of companies that were selling relaxers. They need to go after the chemist, but yeah.
There's that liquid crack. But did you type that code in? Did anybody see what that?
I typed it in, and I actually see the chemical compound, and I see also the equations, the chemistry equation for melanin, CH3, NH, and definitely a lot of O.
Yeah, think about
the elements. Go to the elements and figure out what
this is pertaining to hue melanin, which black folks are enriched with hue melanin. Hue man is two different words. The word hue man, that's two different words. You are a hue man. Mm-hmm. Everybody else is mankind. That's why they want that melanin. That's why when they kill black folks, you'll see them laying out in the street. They'll pay the family $5, $10 million for the death and all that, because they know once they get those melanated organs in that skin and that melanin and extract that melanin from the body, that's over $1 million. Well over $1 million. Well, no, not $1 million. That's close to $50 million at least.
Okay.
You're walking around in $100 million body and don't realize. They do. That's why they never, you can put on your driver's license if you want. Hey, I don't want to donate any of my organs to science when I die. Well, they're going to get your organs. I don't care what you put on your license. They're going to get your organs. They're going to get your skin. They're going to get your bones. Nothing goes to waste on the human body. Nothing, especially the melanated body. I don't want to take too much of you guys' time. Thank you so much for letting me speak. Mm-hmm. I want you guys to start doing a little bit more research on the black body, the black hair. Let your kids know how important they are.
Brother Timo, can you stay up for a little bit, though?
What's that? Go ahead, sir.
Can you stay up for a little bit? I don't want to break in. I appreciate what you're saying. Shout out to the room, everybody in the room.
Shout out to the room.
Peace, power, reparations.
Peace, power, reparations.
Prosperity to all.
Up in the spaces.
OG, what's up?
Hey, guys. How's everybody?
Good.
Yeah, I like what Brother Timo was saying. There are reasons. And, everything has melanin, everything living. White people have melanin. Right? It's the like this chemical that he gave us. This code. The code is based on the ability to activate the melanin. So it's the body's ability to activate the melanin is what gives us more richly flowing melanin. Okay, it's the thing that if you ever been in surgery or you've seen somebody cut open and you see how colorful the organs are, that's melanin. Okay, melanin is what gives everything its color and its brilliance. So he's right on point with that. And it's more to it that I could try to explain. As far as the hair, you can put it in the freezer and all the different things. It's because of the keratin. Keratin is the chemical that hardens the hair, hardens the nails. That's why when you die, your toenails can still grow. All those things. Okay, so there's a big biological component to all of this. Now, I have a few of my beliefs, like creation and all. When he created Adam and Eve, he created other people also in other different parts. But Adam and Eve, the story of Adam and Eve, is a microcosm. It's a microcosm so that, as in any story, you give people a chance to follow along the storyline. So this way we follow along sort of like a lineage, a bloodline.
Oh, yeah, but they didn't really tell the truth about the entire story of Genesis. I would recommend...
They couldn't tell the whole truth because they didn't know enough of it. They just had to be able to, what we call paraphrase.
Not necessarily. There's a book called The Sefer. And who are those people though? Quakers? Not the Quakers. Was it the Quakers? Maybe it was the Quakers.
The Pilgrims?
Well, I guess they would be considered the Pilgrims, but I think they were called Quakers. But they were another white group, European group, part of colonization, and they've been around for a while. Amish have been around for a while as well. But these particular people, the Quakers who had slave records, I do believe in the fact that when we talk about the garden, I believe, was made up of many different things. But in the book, the Bible, because it was a pull from so many different scrolls and different books, especially African proverbs and things like that, or different ancient civilizations to develop the Bible, that they never really tell whose lineage we actually come from. They only tell the lineage of two people. They tell you the lineage of Abraham's sons, the two sons, but it says Abraham had many sons, which goes back to saying that the garden actually was made up of a plethora of people, like you're saying, but they don't tell us the other people. Because there's a reason for that. It's indoctrination, control, and all those things.
Yeah, can I say this real quick about Adam and Eve and all that? The Bible. Oh, sorry. The Bible is actually a book of allegories. Now, I'm not saying that the Bible, don't give a lot of good information, but when you're talking Adam and Eve, that story actually is an allegory, because the proper definition for Adam, if you look at it under the Hebrew text, it's called Adama. Adama means earth, soil.
Yes.
So if Eve came from Adam, I'll ask you a question. Did Adam have a belly button?
No, he can't. He had ribs, supposedly.
So Adam didn't have a belly button? Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
he wouldn't have needed it. He wasn't attached to anybody's umbilical.
Oh, okay, that's what you're saying.
So you're saying Adam was the only human that ever walked the face of the earth without a belly button?
No. I'm assuming. I'm just going by the
Ooh,
words in
this
the
is my
Bible.
topic. This is my topic. This is my topic right now. We're getting into it.
I mean,
Woo, we about to go there. We about to go there.
Okay, the significance of the belly button is what the Creator would have put in place subsequently. Adam wouldn't have needed a belly button because he wasn't never attached to a maternal instinct. Okay.
So you're saying Adam was the only human?
Wait, don't. Okay, so don't. We don't have to play 21 questions. Take us down your hypothesis, Timo.
Okay, what I'm getting at is, of course, Adam had a belly button. No human can ever survive without a belly button because that's how he nourished himself to become and grow in the fetus of a woman, as a fetus in a woman. Basically, what I'm getting at, Adam is actually Earth. The first human on the Earth was a woman. The woman has the mitochondrial Eve gene, which gives her the ability to give birth to any kind of man. Also, she has the ability, she has the XY chromosome, she has the ability to give birth in case of a catastrophic situation. And she is the only human left on Earth. She has the ability to give birth without a man being present.
Wait,
yes.
Because we're not sexual.
The black woman carries the XY chromosome. She carries the mitochondrial Eve gene, which gives her the ability to give birth.
That's DNA, though. That's just the DNA. That's just strictly DNA because the Eve gene is the Eve gene is the ability to carry the different structures of DNA that can create any shade of color of person on this planet.
And it also gives her the ability to give birth in a cat.
She's not asexual.
Huh?
A human woman is not asexual.
Well, of course she is. The black woman has the ability to give birth without the presence of a man. All life comes from the black woman. All life. All human life comes from the black woman.
But you're saying that you're saying the Eve gene as you're saying the Eve gene as if the Eve gene means that she had a baby to start this off without having any type of seed being planted in her, and but how is that possible? Like, I can't just walk around and be like, God, I really want a baby, and just bow. A baby will start growing in my belly.
Well, the way the universe works, the way the system works,
just talk it into existence, and you're gonna wind up cookie gonna crumble tomorrow. Watch.
Well, this is the way the universe works.
I'm praying for something else.
This is the way the universe works. The universe is designed to protect itself. Everything is designed. Self-preservation is the number one law of nature, and that includes the planet, the universe, and the cosmos. If there was ever a catastrophic situation, everything is designed to reproduce one way or another. Life will not end. The black woman is like the seed, strategic entrepreneur, economic developer. A seed has the ability to go into a dormant state in case of a catastrophic situation, Armageddon, where the earth is damaged, the water is damaged, the air is not clean. The seed has the ability to go into a dormant state and remain that way for decades until it has little fibers on it, like the black woman's hair, the black man's hair, that sticks out to determine and scan the universe for the surrounding area to see if the soil, the air, the water is clean enough for it to produce. If it's not, it'll go dormant again. If it is, it will figure out a way, it will work its way into the soil and start producing. That's the way the earth is designed. And the black woman, trust me, I got this information. I just don't know how to put it in this dumb jumbotron. But the black woman also is the creator of all mankind. I don't care if you destroy everything on the earth. You will never destroy melanin, and you will never destroy the Most High's valuable creations. The water, only thing water does, water will always be here. The same amount of water here that's here now was here when Cleopatra walked here. All water does evaporates, condensates, and precipitates. And it's a continuing cycle. It's designed to protect itself and renew itself. Trees, the reason why a tree has leaves, And the reason why is the tree's food source. That's why it sucks all the juice out the leaves in the summer, produce fruits and whatever it produces. And once all the plants are produced, the tree goes to sleep in the winter. That's why they say that the first of the year, I'm not going to go on too long. The first of the year is actually March 20th, when everything becomes new. Why would you start a new year in the middle of the season? Winter's not even over yet. The new year starts March 1st, when everything becomes new. The new flowers, new insects, new birds, that is the new year.
I agree with you on that one. I definitely agree with you on that the new year definitely starts when the trees and the flowers actually begin to bloom again, and become alive again. But the Eve gene being able to asexually reproduce, my CPU is not computing. I had to.
That's you. You have the mitochondrial Eve gene. You could type that in your Google search. They tore out a lot of that information on Google. It used to be plain as day.
Well, Mr. Timo, I thank God for men and the seeds that they can give.
Oh, yeah. Now, we'll be around now, but all I'm saying is, in case of a catastrophic situation, the black woman...
A catastrophic situation, no other woman will be able to give me what men can give me. Okay?
That XY gene, and that's why y'all be saying, I don't need a nigga for shit.
Shut up, DJ. No, I'm just saying, I understand what you're trying to relay, but my CPU is not computing, because in today's time, in order for a child to be born, you need a seed to be planted, because I only carry eggs.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, right now. But like I said, does that make sense what I said about the seed?
The seed?
Yeah.
We see that in the seed.
I'm an agriculturalist by trade, so I understand that. But go ahead, though.
We see it in the seeds, but we also can know that even the seeds, the germination for a seed, it can go on for decades, but likely not, because after whatever determination is within its germination DNA, the chromosomes for it can just power down. Okay,
I believe that we are plants,
because it's not going to get any more carbon. It's not going to get the carbon resource that it needs. Everything needs a carbon resource. Even this code that he gave us, this is a part of a carbon code. This is a carbon code. Most things are carbon code. We are made up of carbon and hydrogen. Okay. In combination of carbon and hydrogen is what gives you your melanin,
which is inside. We're made up of H3O2, which is actually different than the regular.
It's carbon. We're carbon. And carbon. And when that H3O2, hold on. When that H3O2 hardens and loses this density, aka water volume, it turns into stone, aka carbon.
Yeah, everything is carbon based.
Well, that's where the term 666 comes from. everybody think is bad. 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons. It goes up to carbon 12 that evolves into melanin. You are a carbon base. White people are more of a sulfur base. That's why they get that smell when they get wet.
You said the white people?
I remember conversation
puppy smell.
I took carbon
eliminates odor.
They don't have as much. They don't have as much active melanin.
Carbon eliminates odors. See that? That's why you go without deodorant or washing your ass. As long as you ain't sweating, you ain't gonna stink. You know what I'm saying? As a nigga, you know what I mean?
You cannot go without washing your ass.
I'm just saying.
Don't think like that. Yes, we will, because we have 4 diets. You have to actually eat a raw diet for you not to have to smell. Like, let's be honest, some of us have really bad diets, and we do sweat, and we have must, and even women, if you don't eat the right foods, you're put. How you say it, Twitter? How you say it, Trouble?
Smell like punaja.
No, well, it's supposed to be a good smell, but if you eat like pineapple, strawberries, and things that actually produce fenugreek, chlorophyll, those are the things like closer to plants that actually helps you smell like honey buns in summertime. But anyway,
listen, I got 4 teenage boys that I forced to bathe on a regular basis, and my house still smell like teenage muff. I don't give a damn. Wash it.
Right. Yeah, we are not promoting nobody to walk around and not wash their butt. Like, wash your butt, get you some natural deodorants and stuff. So, but
carbon is a natural deodorant. But hold up, the carbon is a natural pulse washer. You feel what I'm saying? See, put that on a t-shirt. I'm moving my mic. I'm over here eating some lamb chops.
Since we have more active melanin, we are able to get to the carbon base better.
Well, if you eat the right foods.
Yeah, you have to eat the right foods. That's so important. You gotta if you eat dead animal, or if it was killed a certain way, your body is going to have a distinct smell.
Well, I'm letting y'all know. Our pie's gonna smell like some Thai chili lamb chops. Cause these shits is fire.
Explain specifically how that.
Denatured protein is really not good for. It wasn't meant for really human consumption in that manner. Denatured protein. That's what you're eating when you eat animals or chicken steaks. When you eat meat and you cook it, you're denaturing the protein. And that's all it is. That's what it means. You're eating denatured protein. They can't function. They don't function properly when the amino acid breakdown takes place.
Right.
Well, I got my spinach up in here. I gotta break it up a little bit.
And to be honest, we're actually not supposed to be eating spinach, but that's another conversation for another day. Some leaves are actually poisonous to us. We don't realize it. But with that being said,
that damn spinach got a good thing of iron in it, though.
They came out of the ocean by the ship.
Eat your collard greens and your kale and mustard greens, your Italian kale. That's actually where all the iron is.
Hey, I'm about to hit y'all with the hitcher.
I'm
about to hit you with the hitter.
It's like a point. I could be wrong, and maybe I was just reading something that kind of freaked me out. But anyway, I have to go back and do some research. But when I read that, I stopped eating spinach.
DJ, mute your mic.
Okay, everybody in the space. I'm about to hit y'all with a quick YouTube from the brother from Forbidden Knowledge on this Adam and Eve subject. So I'm gonna mute everybody. We're gonna check this out real quick.
All right. What I heard you mention before, I wanted to talk about this, but I've heard you talk about in the tablets there's a different depiction of Adam and Eve, how they were created, and how that relates to the Anunnaki specifically. Right. Can you explain specifically how that was described in the tablets?
So in the tablets, they don't actually make a human being from like dirt and dust, like it says in the Bible. Like they didn't create no dirt and just make a human being like magic. What they did was there was an existing hominid already on this planet. So the Gigi was getting ready to go to war. There was going to be a coup against the kings of Earth. So they came from Mars to Earth. The gods, they fell from heaven. That really they were the angels, because they were a lower class than the level of Enki and Enlil. They didn't call them gods. They were like angels. They fell from heaven to earth. They came from Mars down to earth to go to war. And the Atrahasis, they encircled the camp in Africa of Enlil and Enki and Anu, who was their father. And they get ready to go to battle because their working conditions are harsh. They've been working for 250,000 years on their own. They call the years in shars. So it was a lower number, but each one shar is 3,600 years. So what you added up is 250,000 years. No women was one of the biggest complaints. And the biggest complaint was no women. And they felt like they were becoming slaves, even though they were volunteers for this breakaway civilization. And so the war almost happened, but then Enki, who's Enlil's brother, says, I have an idea. There's an existing being here. They're talking about our cousin, not Homo sapien. Something else was here already, our cousins. We can add our essence to it and get it to do our labor, to do your labor. And an agreement was made. This is in the Enuma Elish, and a totally separate tablet called the Atrahasis Epic. 2 separate tablets saying the same exact thing, which is interesting because it correlates the story, it corroborates the story. And so this was done. And so what they did was they first started with taking genetic material and then making these clones. But the problem with the clones was they couldn't reproduce on their own. You know, if you take a horse and a donkey and you get a mule, and a mule can't mate with anything. See what I'm saying? So they had added their essence to us. We were then a mule. We weren't able to mate. They had to keep trying to recreate more and more of us the hard way. Eventually, and they were doing this in a place called, it was in South Africa, called Adam's Calendar in Africa, which they discovered recently where the first 200,000-year-old gold mines were. They were putting us to work right away mining gold. But anyway, so from there, they said, okay, these clones are here, but it's not working out properly. And that's when Hersag, aka Isis, they said, I'm going to take one to term. She took an egg out of a hominid, cleaned out some of the genetic material, added their essence to it. In other words, genetically modified the egg in some way. This is what we call in modern scientific terms making a zygote. And then in vitro fertilization in her own womb, 10 months later gave birth to Adamu, which means first man. And the famous cylinder scroll is in the British Museum of her holding up the baby saying, my hands have created it, the Adamu. And that was Adam. And then after that, there was this tablet that came out called the Myth of Adapa, which is also Adamu in a different way. But it talks about the fact that we are created in a way where Enki, for whatever reason, it pissed his brother off. He added something a little extra to us that he wasn't supposed to do. He gave us the capability of having, in the future, of superseding the Anunnaki themselves. And it made the Anunnaki relatives of his jealous of us and angry with us because he had created something that even long term could be better than them. Extra strands of DNA and all this other stuff that he incorporated into our genome that would allow us eventually one day to rise even above. And nobody knew why he did it, but it got him into a battle against his own brother. This is all in ancient tablets.
Wow. You know, one of the craziest things to me is that if these beings were so much more advanced than we are now, why would they have emotions like jealousy and anger and all these primal sort of emotions? I mean, these sort of things with our species are like the worst thing.
Right.
They're the reason we go to war and kill each other and people starve.
Yeah, and that's a great question. So when you read the beginning of how they started out, it appears that there was a galactic war millions of years ago in the Pleiadian star system. Planets were being destroyed. They had weapons called the Brahmanda weapon, which would destroy any man on 3 worlds. They had these tablets of destiny, which whoever had control can destroy people's planets and moons. Debris. Imagine in this solar system, debris going everywhere and hitting planets, destroying civilizations. We would flee if we could. People started fleeing these star systems around the Pleiades millions of years ago, creating breakaway civilizations in other parts of the galaxy, different sector altogether. The Anunnaki people, these Atlantean people, they went and started off in another place. They had risen to a high level there. They had done away with the weapons of, then this is interesting, weapons of mass destruction. They had a weapon called a WMD.
Wow.
Yes. And they had done away with them. They were forsaken. But when a small group of these people broke away and came to kickstart a civilization here on Earth, they stole some of the WMDs and brought them with them. This is in ancient tablets. They put them hid them in a mountain and swore never to use them. But when they got here and they started doing what they were doing and they started breaking all their own rules, they began to realize there's nobody here to guard us. There's nobody here to stop us from doing this. And they said the creator of all is going to get us for this. They even believed somebody was higher than them. They realized that they were acting like the Wild Wild West here. And they started off very strict. And then they gradually, with nobody overseeing them really, they started like going back primal. In other words, the thoughts of war and this and the greed and all that crept back in. And eventually somebody went and got the weapons and they started fighting each other with the weapons. So it was this gradual process over 100,000 years or so between them coming in with a very strict set of rules and engagement and everything else and ideology until just collapsing over time, realizing who's going to stop us? Who's going to tell me I can't do this? Nobody's going to come here and stop me from doing it. There's no law here. And then they just went rush out. They went crazy.
Backwards, kind of.
Yes, they went backward. They backslid hard. But it took a couple 100,000 years before they fully backslid.
Wow.
Okay, man, I thought he was going to get to this part. So the Genesis in the Bible, he says that is from Isis, which was this woman who comes from this Anunnaki, and Isis is in the Egyptian culture. It's also in the Sumerian culture, that she and these beings developed man from these other hominoids that already existed. And that's where you get the word Genesis, but it's really Gene and Isis, meaning that it came from Isis. And these are in these ancient Sumerian texts, which predate the Bible. They predate some of Egyptian theology. These are some of the oldest religious, quote unquote, if you want to use that word, but they're written in stone. These are some of the oldest information on the planet Earth. And this guy really breaks this stuff down. So I'm going to put this video, because this is like a 2-hour-long video. If you ever want to watch it, probably watch it in like 30-minute segments. But this, like everything in here, we've seen it in the movies. And I always say that these movies are really memories. The sci-fi, all the sci-fi information, or it's not that we're imagining this stuff. These are memories from some past civilization. So you guys can get back to it.
That's what I had wanted to say about the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis is not really the first book. There's been so much biblical history that has been taken out, just like the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha has a lot of books that came before Genesis, but nobody wants to really look into the Apocrypha because the white man didn't give us the okay and the thumbs up to do so. So there's a lot of hidden history, a lot of text, especially the Vatican holds a lot of that stuff that, you know, you have to have special access in order to access, so we're never really going to have the full picture. That's why, they gave us the one that they wanted to give us, because they can make it seem how they wanted to, but it's you can buy the Apocrypha online, but there's plenty of other texts that should be added to it so that you can get a more well-rounded picture of what it is.
So that means we're the aliens, descendants then, and they are the hominoid beings already here then?
We're man and they're mankind. One small leap for man, one big giant leap for mankind. You remember that?
Yes, and I always thought, think about it. If you think about it, these people are trying to get off of this earth. They've been trying to get off of this planet since forever.
We are the humans, HUEMAN.
So since they've been trying to get off this planet, to go and desecrate and decimate, like a parasite. like even with all their movies that they have, when they talk about aliens invading other solar systems and planets, and like parasites, they take over they always create the aliens in these ugly forms, right? And they're the ones fighting.
That's the niggas.
They're fighting the aliens who tend to have melanin, and they seem to be the ones trying to save humanity, right? But when you actually flip it around, they're the ones who are the parasites, and we are trying to reclaim our how do you say it? Astrological plane or realm or something like that.
Yep, all of their movies. My mom used to always tell me, she was like, well, she broke it down so I wouldn't be scared of horror movies because that was a family favorite genre. And so she would always say, when these white folks make movies, they don't make movies for no reason. And we're the monsters in the movie. So I don't care what the monster look like. Understand, they talking about black folks.
Oh my God! So could The Exorcist be the wokeism that they be talking about?
Yeah. The Shining, Pennywise, you name it, is they talking about us. But I was going to say, you never saw the movie Bright with Will Smith on Netflix? Bright?
Yes, I did.
That's what we're talking about. You probably ain't never catch it. It was different factions. You had the regular humans, you had the orcs, you had the fairy dudes, you feel what I'm saying? But they was living down here on Earth with regular people. Go back and watch that joint.
Look at the movies and how, if they was really to tell you the backstory of how the person became a monster, or the backstory of the so-called bad guy in the
what's the name of that movie?
you would endear yourself to the bad guy or the monster and understand where that monster came from and why that monster was fighting so hard, but they still went out of their way to hurry up and destroy the monster, because it really, in most of their movies, they don't understand the so-called monster. So what white people do in the movies is just like what they do in real life. When they can't understand anything, they're quick to destroy it, because in their minds, in their rabid ass minds, they make up shit. They make up shit and project their shit onto every fucking body else. Oh my God, the monster's gonna come down and he's gonna rape all of us. No, you would probably like to rape the monster, bitch. Let's be real about it.
Oh my God. The movie Prometheus. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. There was one before that. This is set in like a future time, but they have what is essentially a robot, a humanoid robot. You could call it a cyborg. I don't know what term you would use for it. And they end up traveling to some distant place, but they realize that there were these engineers that in the Bible, they call them the Nephilim, they call them angels. In Samaria, they call them Anunnaki, but they're this higher civilization that basically planted humanity in this particular place. But they find this black goo, and that is the weapon of mass destruction on this particular in that particular movie. And then they realize that they're inside of a spaceship, and that spaceship was planned to head towards Earth because they were going to send this weapon to Earth to destroy the humans on the planet Earth. So Prometheus, and there was one before that. I'm trying to find it, but that's a really good movie.
Yeah, Prometheus was supposed to be the beginning of Aliens.
Yes, Aliens. Yes.
Yeah, the beginning story. I just realized evil spelled backward is live.
Yeah.
Shut up. And I wanted to say, so the reason why, so when we see demonic things, that's death. Then.
I don't know about that.
That's death.
It could be death. I mean, there's different. Yeah.
Or is it?
Nope.
So
that's not it.
Is that not death, or does it mean that evil is living And then once we transition, then that's when we really will be living.
Well, death is not as bad as people think it is. Actually, all you're doing is you're transitioning to another realm.
There you go.
You've all had deja vu moments where you will see something or think about something and it will happen the exact same way you've seen it, and you're like, man, I just thought of that. Look at that, and it happened because you've been here before. And in the Bible, it says there's a verse that says that which has been is now. That which to be has already been. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything you're going through right now, you've done it before, but there's something you need to do in order to leave this realm to go into another one. And that's like that thing he just played a little bit ago. That talks about the Eve gene. Because nothing can enter this realm without coming through the portal of a woman. That's the only way here. That's the only way you can make it into this plane. If you have to enter through the portal of a woman. So death is not as bad as everybody think it is.
But that's explaining the immaculate conception.
Now, life is a bitch. Death probably ain't as bad as you think it is. But when you talk about melanin, one more time, I'm going to go on this one more time.
Raising a kid, and then all of a sudden,
melanin,
you're a teenager.
Melanin actually is condensed sunlight. Melanin is a conductor. They're using melanin now to charge batteries. Melanin, a lot of black folks, their melanin is not activated. The proper way to activate your melanin is what they did in the olden days. Black people walk around without shoes. Go out on a nice sunny day. Try to go a couple of days without eating any meat. It's not designed for man to consume a lot of meat. You can tell by the way your teeth are designed. We don't have canines like a German Shepherd or a lion. You have more grinders and choppers for nuts, fruits, vegetation, things like that. Go out in the sun. Take your shoes off. That's why they put rubber on the bottom of your shoes, to keep you from grounding yourself to the earth. Go out. Let your hair hang. Let your hair hang if you got it. I don't have hair. I'm old, so my hair is, I'm done with the hair thing. But go out with your natural hair, as less clothes as possible. Put your feet in the soil. If you can, sit down in the soil. Ground yourself to the earth and absorb the sun. Melanin, like I say, melanin is condensed sunlight. You are the sun. You have the amount of melanin in your body equals up basically to the amount of rays that are coming from the sun. Your body collects, stores, and distributes energy. Your body sets off an aura. Black people used to communicate back and forth telepathically. And sometimes if you get your spirits right in your body, your soul, you can kind of feel when people are thinking about you. Or when somebody's talking about you, you'll kind of get a little sense. Or if a woman is ovulating and the man is in his sexual peak and a woman's ovulating, actually you can send a telepathic message to a man, and you guys will make eye contact. When you study this stuff, I get all this stuff, but I'm not putting it in a jumbotron. But if you study these things and learn about the black body, the melanated body, you'll be amazed. But I want you guys to try that. I'm going to get off, but I want you guys to share that code, and I want you guys to try that one day. Ground yourself to the earth. Try to do that once a day, where you go out in the sun for at least, if it's not real hot, for an hour a day. You know, don't wear any shades. You don't have to look directly at the sun, but let the sun go into your eyes. You know, your eyes are actually windows. You see with your brain. Your eyes are just windows. Try to absorb sunlight through your eyes to activate your pineal gland. Get out there and get that sunshine. Get your feet in the soil. Absorb as much sunshine as you can, and watch the difference in how your body feels. You're an electromagnetic being. You need to be grounded to the earth, and you need to get sunshine to activate your melanin. It's a separate unit in your system, in your body. It has a brain of its own. Activate your melanin, folks. Okay, I'm going to check out, folks. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. You guys have a great day. God bless. And we'll talk to you guys later. I'm going to stay on under listener, but I got to make a couple phone calls.
Oh, that was great. That was great preaching. Yeah. Hey, what did I miss while I've been asleep right here? I've been missing a lot of stuff, I know.
Well, you know, you were just something else, Professor.
I was talking about how you smell like a war hog, you know what I'm saying? The brother was really talking about you, though. We was just laughing about it, but my bad. You know, but I was stuck enough for you. I said, don't talk about Professor like that. Okay?
DJ, you could lie to save your life.
I know I missed something Trouble did. Trouble, you know, she gets up in here and she probably say all kinds of
Trouble was coaching Rella up. You see what I'm saying? But I'm no liar, though. See what I'm saying?
The lies just tell themselves.
Exactly. And first of all, Trouble don't have to coach me. Okay? She actually encourages me, not coaches me.
What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? What's the difference, yo? Keep it real. Coaching and character, ain't that the same?
Everybody's talking to me.
You want to battle my bars? You want to battle these bars? Come on, I'm the bar lord for a reason.
Hello, Miss Elmira. Look, shout out to all the elders in the room. Y'all is really showing out tonight. Come on, Miss Elmira, what you got for us?
What the gentleman was saying earlier is so much that our bodies are able to do, where we allow to have access to oxygen. We only using 20% capacity of the oxygen. In Japan, from my research, what happens is they have oxygen stores, and you could go in and get your, say, daily supply of oxygen, and we would be basically superheroes, where our bodies having at least 100% oxygen, more oxygen to our bodies. We're only using 20% capacity. So we are the superheroes. We just don't have enough access to the vital things that we need to make our bodies become those superheroes.
Breathing techniques. Get your lungs up.
Breathing techniques. That's funny as hell.
There's a real component to that, to breathing techniques.
Certain states now will be offering these oxygen stores. Well, you know, COVID slowed down a lot of that too. I know in the state of Tennessee, they have the oxygen stores. You could just go in and buy you canisters of oxygen. And I have purchased some myself. And I do feel elevated, kind of like, you know, Spike Lee's movies where, you know, you just see the people just walking, you know, like floating. So it is very helpful.
That's called the trolley shot. That's invented by Spike Lee. The trolley shot. The camera's on the trolley machine, and it's just walking with it, and it just look like the character is coming at you or just floating or whatever. The trolley shot or the Spike Lee shot, whatever.
And I know Black, he mentioned something about angels. Well, I think it was Dr. Kress. She says that, you know, there isn't anything say good about white people. So they know they're not say good people. And so they came up with the angel theory. And that theory was that, you know, that they're good and they have wings. So the only people that get wings is when we as Black people, or you know, melanated people, when we leave the planet. And that's why we don't ever die, because they'll be talking about us, you know, hundreds of years later, our ancestors, you know, our future family members, especially our men. They don't ever die. So we must teach our young men to be and stay positive, so they'll continue, you know, with their legacy of greatness and honor.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Amen to that.
That must be minus all the distractions.
Yeah, amen to that. And to that point, the original angels in the Bible were never depicted with wings until very recently in human history. That certainly is a creation with the wings, but with the Sumerian. Damn it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Motherfuckers. They keep sticking me in the fucking matrix. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, we're well represented at our services.
We got here. We got DJ Sitch One in the building. We got the Puppet Man, Monkey Man. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try this out one more time. So yeah, I was just saying that the angels with the wings, that is a more recent human phenomenon, quote unquote, because they were never depicted with wings. There's nothing in the Bible that says they have wings. What there is in a lot of our ancient cultures, indigenous cultures around the planet, they all have an origin story that says the people came from the sky, or the sky people, and the wings are a depiction of the fact that these beings that came to the planet Earth, they are not from the planet Earth, were able to travel through the sky. And so it's more or less a visual of the fact that they could, quote unquote, fly, but they were in vehicles. They weren't just flying around like birds or whatever. So that's kind of where the connection comes in. The guy talked about realms, and in science, they do understand that there is a multiverse, that we exist in a multiverse, and they can prove it, and they do prove it. That's part of what the CERN project is about. And there are multiple of these hadron colliders. And quantum physics is all about these multiverses that exist. So when Miss Rella was talking about demons or ghosts or whatever that people say they see, it's not for me to judge whether or not they see them or not. They could be just tapping into these other dimensions that do exist. I also believe that the people who have this real strong ability to predict future events, and who have throughout time been able to predict future events, I also believe that they have an ability to tap into something that 99.9% of us can't tap into, whether that is a multiverse where they can see the future, where they get visions of the future. I think today it's harder because we have so much noise and we have so much technology. I think we're cut off from it. from what I understand, Nostradamus used to go into a very dark room with maybe just a candle. So there were techniques that these people used. There was a really famous guy, Edward Casey, who would go into like a trance and sort of lay down and go into a trance, and then he was able to, have some very accurate predictions for the future. So whatever it was or whatever it has been in the past, where there were these people who were able to tap into this information. For whatever reason now, I mean, I know there's a lot of these psychics who are able to do certain things. God bless them. Again, they may be tapping into something that most of us can't, the same way a really highly talented musician is able to play multiple instruments and compose multiple whatevers, because that's just a language that they naturally understand. I think it's the same sort of a talent for people who are intuitive like that. And back in ancient times, they would cultivate that talent, they would recognize that talent, and then they would really, really uplift and support people who had those talents. And it may still happen today with some of these world leaders. From what I understand, many of the U.S. presidents have, or at least had, psychics that they worked with closely. So, just understand that there are things that science has not yet understand fully or proven fully, but that throughout human history, some of these talents were able and available. And, there's history that can prove that some of the predictions that they laid out were actually very accurate. So there's that. Adnerb.
Peace and reparations, family. Should have happened, and it will happen 2 fucking seconds ago. Really interesting. Point of view. I mean, it makes sense, but my mother used to tell me all the time, when people, good people, when they would say, he died too young, or she was a good girl, or why did the baby die? Because I believe in reincarnation, to be honest. And she would tell me it's because those spirits, that particular soul, didn't have to redo it again. If you're really good at knowing how to travel through, this realm, a lot of people will say, why won't you learn your lesson? There's truth to that. So it sort of made me feel better when my loved ones, would transition. It's because they're not going to, just end. Their energy is going to go on. And if something happened to, a younger family member, it's because that particular spirit didn't need to go through 30 years of trying to learn what, some of us can never, ever get. We do the same things over and over and over. But as we go through this life, some of us really get it, and we don't have to do the 30, 60 years of hell per se. But so if anybody ever wonders, hopefully that'll give someone some comfort. The supreme being takes that spirit back because that spirit learned what it needed to learn and didn't need to be, to go through the ups and downs again. That's all.
Yeah, Tina Marie talked about deja vu, so I definitely don't want to come back here.
Zora Neale Hurston, I know a lot of you are aware of her writings, and she dealt in Vuhu that goes back to the beginning of time, the good, the say good, because the good has not ever been proven. We must work and be positive and show proof of the said good. So the good, the say good, and the evil. We must acknowledge the devil's existence. We don't do that, then we are doomed. We must always acknowledge the presence of the devil. And that's always going to be the battle. Between creating, yes, yes.
And a lot of people want the good without acknowledging the bad. To Black's point, certain things on a and I'll call it the spiritual realm cannot be proven by science because it was not meant to be proven by science. Those who know. There's certain, I guess, what people would call gifts within my family. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times we don't talk about them because when you talk about them, people who don't know about them or don't believe certain things tend to think you're a little bit crazy. And
of course, you don't conjure. That's evil to conjure. We're not to conjure.
Right. And there's a lot of people who will go and talk to the dead or will conjure certain things because they want, I call it selfishness, because they want selfish worldly things. And that's when you're not doing to continue to feed that demon. If you stop feeding that demon is when you start having a lot of shit hit the fan around you. So, you have to watch what you play with. You have to watch who you go to for certain things. I deja vu'd my entire life. The one thing that I will admit, because there's a lot of things about myself I'm not going to say online, but the one thing I didn't see coming was this Twitter world. And maybe that's because it's more of a social media type thing. But out of all the things I've seen in my life, out of all the people that I've met that I've known before, but don't know how I've known them before, I didn't meet you all. I really feel like this might be something new, or then again, maybe it's something that I have yet to feel. Everything else I've always had strong feelings about. When I went to a job in Boston, I knew my whole entire work crew. Like, I knew parts of their life before they even told me about it. I knew whether or not I was going to get along with these people because I dreamt about them years prior to. Reoccurring dreams. The same thing with my husband. I've been dreaming about that man since I was 13, 14 years old. Reoccurring. And every time I dreamt about him, I seen a little bit more of the dream, but I never got to see his face. The day I seen him I knew exactly who he was. I didn't know him, but I knew him. And I remember us laughing and talking when we first got together. And I told him, I said, I'm going to give you 4 boys. And at that point, neither one of us, we talked and we both agreed that we didn't want children. And he had 2 older daughters at that time. And it was funny because when he was leaving one night, I had a deja vu moment and he asked me what was wrong because he thought I was dizzy or something. And I said, no. I said, everything is fine. I said, but I'm going to give you 4 boys, right? And we both just laughed and I gave this man 4 boys. It's just some things in this life that is not explainable. And I don't think people need to try to explain it to anybody or really even try to convince yourself. I spent a lot of my years trying to convince myself that what I was seeing, what I was witnessing, what I was going through, it had to be a reason for what, oh my God, I'm going crazy. My mother broke a lot of things down to me, but I was always still trying to find an excuse to excuse the unexcusable. There's no reasons. It really just is what it is. And it's become harder in this life to draw upon certain things that I was once able to. They don't come as quickly and as easily. They're more puzzled now because there's too many distractions in my life. There's not enough quiet time. There's too many different things going on in this world. And I'm, probably not eating the right things or taking care of certain things. But when I do get into that zone, when I'm zoning, I'm zoning. And I think all of us to a certain degree have the ability to do it. You just really have to pay attention to what's going on in your life. Pay attention to random numbers that pop up. We don't pay attention. Sometimes that shit just be right there. Pay attention to numbers. Pay attention to smells. Pay attention to colors. Pay attention to people. Not in what they say, but what they do. Pay attention to what they say too, though. You know, you'll figure out who them demons is. You have a bad dream at night. You know what I'm saying? You might not know the people who was in your dreams, but the next day, pay attention to the colors that are around you. Pay attention to the symbols and the signs that could point you right back there. Don't always look for what is the easiest thing. Don't look for things to happen in the same manner, but just pay attention.
Well, fruit, vegetables, and clean animals, those are our ties to the Creator, to the earth. You know, everything that personally I've found to be filthy and not of our origin was evil, and it did never involve us.
So I had a really bad dream about my dad, and it was a really bad dream, and it was about him. In the dream, he eventually is injured really bad, and I wake up I just start crying, and I didn't realize that. So I called my sister. Now me and my sister we're I believe called Irish twins or something like that. So we're born 11 months apart, but whatever happens to her tends to happen to me, or whatever happens to me tends to happen to her. So if something good happens to me, she's walking in the same, almost like mirror, right? Now, we could just be in different situations, but that's how it's been. And we talked about